Uh, Greetings and good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Keogh, and I'm a senior utilities engineer in the Security and Resilience branch of the CPC's Safety Policy Division. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's virtual workshop. Today we'll be holding our first workshop for proceeding number R.24-05-023. This is the rulemaking for updating the rules for the safety, reliability, and resiliency of electrical distribution systems. In today's workshop, we'll focus on data definitions, data reporting, and reliability thresholds. Before we get started, I'd like to go over some logistics for this virtual workshop. First, please note that all attendees will have been muted upon entry. As far as how we will handle questions, our preference is that you put your question in the chat and feel free to post questions throughout the workshop. We'll be keeping an eye on questions and we'll be posing those questions to the presenters when appropriate. But that being said, we'll also provide an opportunity for people to unmute at the end of each segment. So first, raise your hand, and then we'll call on you. Please identify yourself, ask your question, lower your hand, and then mute yourself when you're done asking your question. And last but not least, we'll have an opportunity for open discussions in the afternoon portion of this workshop. In addition to the logistics we just covered, I also like to go over some virtual housekeeping rules. First and foremost, this workshop is structured to stimulate conversations and engage different perspectives. So we ask people that you keep your comments courteous, professional, and respectful. Additionally, in the event that you experience an IT issue, we have IT support with us today. They're George DeCampo, Jeremy Holloway, and Marcos Rodriguez. So if you experience some sort of issue, feel free to reach out to them. You can do that in the WebEx chat by messaging them directly, or you can email them at the email addresses that I put in the slide here. Last but certainly not least, we ask that people refrain from starting sidebar conversations in the chat. Feel free to leave comments, but we'd also like attendees to remain focused in the workshop and be respectful to the presenters. Okay, next I'd like to quickly go over the agenda.
I'm sorry, you're not sharing any slides.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Sarah.
No problem, just in case people want to see the IT contact.
Okay, can everybody see it now?
Yes.
All right, thanks for that, Sarah, and I apologize. Okay, next I'd like to quickly go over the agenda for today's workshop. In our first section, which is where we're currently at, we'll be going over logistics and virtual housekeeping, followed by opening remarks from Commissioner Baker. Next, we'll be briefly going over the background of the proceeding to briefly discuss the origin and goals of this proceeding, as well as the objectives of this workshop. We'll follow with the current issues with how reliability data is currently being reported, and then we'll be providing an overview of existing reliability data and reports. Next, we'll take a 30-minute break. After the break, we'll have presentations from the investor-owned utilities on how reliability data is currently being reported to both the public and regulators. Then we'll break for an hour-and-a-half lunch. Moving on to the PM portion. After returning from lunch, we'll be focusing on proposed enhancements, updates to existing outage reporting. We'll begin this section with a presentation from Cal Advocates on customer-centered data collection. Then we'll have presentations from the Marin, Napa, and Sonoma counties, the city and county of San Francisco, the rural county representatives of California regarding proposed enhancements to reliability and outage reporting. We'll have another break, then we'll cover reliability performance thresholds with speakers from the CPC's Energy Division, Safety Policy Division, and the Local Government Sustainable Energy Coalition. Finally, we'll conclude with an open questions and discussion section and go over next steps. Thank you, everybody. And now I'd like to pass it on to Commissioner Baker for opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Matt Baker, and I'm the assigned commissioner on this proceeding to update the rules for the safety, reliability, and resiliency of the electric distribution systems. Electric reliability is worsening in many parts of the state, especially over the last 4 years. Key factors contributing to this are aging equipment, climate change-driven extreme weather events, and wildfire risk mitigation measures. This has been a significant inconvenience at best and potentially dire health and economic, resulting in dire health and economic consequences at worst. Today, we want to, the purpose of today's workshop is to examine the available data and understand the reliability of the current system. We also want to identify opportunities for improvement, consolidation, and streamlining. This is not just about adding another compliance report. An ideal outcome would be to streamline data collection and reporting and enhance electric system reliability and transparency. This could lead to potential consolidation in some areas while adding targeted reporting requirements in others. And I think the data that we're talking about gathering will be essential for us understanding how to proceed in tracks 2 and 3 of this proceeding. I think it's important that we focus on enhancing outage transparency for customers and developing remediation strategies, and that information will help us to do this in the later proceedings. I just want to reiterate kind of a generic thought here. That data is only as good as our ability to act on it. Then data becomes information and it becomes useful. The toughest job of any regulator is to know what's important and what is not important. We have to resist the urge that more data is better data and be laser focused on getting the information that we need and defining that information as something that we have the capability to act on. So I'm very encouraged by today's proceeding. I intend to be here the whole time. I may have to step out for a short meeting or two, but I'm urging all the parties to actively debate these data issues, reliability thresholds, reporting, all of that. Our aim is to create a staff proposal that consolidates information that is both the already available information and any new data into a more holistic reporting framework to help give the Commission a clear, actionable picture on the state of electric reliability. I like lively discussions. I hope we see that here today. In conclusion, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate staff safety policy division, the safety policy division of the staff, and all of the participants who have a stake in making this our system more reliable for all of our customers. Thank you, and again, I'm looking forward to an active discussion. And I'll pass it on back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker.
Richard.
Next, we'll be talking about the background of this proceeding, R.24-05-023, and presenting this portion will be my colleague, Sarah Kareem. I'll pass it off to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Kareem. I am in the Safety Policy Division of the CPUC, and I'll be providing some background for R.24-05-023 and some context for today's workshop. Next slide. This order instituting rulemaking, also known as an OIR, considers changes to existing policies, procedures, and rules regarding the safety, reliability, and resiliency of electrical distribution systems. It was opened in response to a motion filed by parties requesting that the CPUC consider regulatory requirements related to fast trip, or enhanced power line safety settings, also known as EPSS, ensuring that equipment is configured to protect public health, safety, and welfare. This motion also called for the refinement of General Order 166 in relation to the definition of major outage and standards for customer communication. Under the CPUC's authority as a regulatory agency, emerging concerns and risks have led to a re-examination of current practices. There is growing concern over aging equipment still in service, partly due to asset replacement programs being reprioritized for other high-risk programs, as well as climate-driven weather events and evolving wildfire mitigation practices. Additionally, there is increasing awareness of the importance of prioritizing equity and social environmental justice in outage restoration operations and customer communications, as well as meeting decarbonization goals as outlined in the state strategic goals. Next slide. The near-term focus of this proceeding will develop processes for how the investor-owned utilities will collect and aggregate data to establish a foundation for measuring reliability. Long-term, this proceeding will consider an array of topics to continue the Commission's efforts to address emerging concerns and risks. This includes, but is not limited to, transparency for customers, particularly how to improve and standardize customer communications on outages, short-term reliability, safety, and system reliability, particularly how to address reporting shortfalls around repetitive outages, and the prioritization of reliability, particularly how to identify criteria that prioritize areas most frequently impacted by service disruptions for reliability improvements and investments while minimizing costs. Next slide. Today's workshop will focus on issues relating to the short-term objectives, including current data definitions and reporting, and proposals regarding data definitions and enhancements to outage reporting. The results of the workshop will inform a staff proposal on reporting outage data that will integrate data for more accurate analyses, increase transparency for customers regarding outages, and give the CPUC a clear and current view of the status quo and trends in the reliability of California's electrical distribution system. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, Brittany Gaines, to discuss current issues with reliability reporting. That's all for me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brittany Gaines. I am a Research Status Specialist with the CPUC in the Safety Policy Division. I will be presenting on current issues with electric reliability data. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will cover two main topics. First, I will provide an introduction to the 6 main sources of information we use to evaluate electric reliability. Then we will discuss some of the current issues we face when evaluating reliability. This includes barriers such as data completeness, submission timeliness, and formatting challenges. Next slide, please. There are 6 main sources of information we currently use to evaluate electric reliability. These include the Wildfire Mitigation Plan quarterly data reports, the annual electric reliability reports, public safety power shutoff, protective equipment and device settings from PG&E, General Order or GO 166 reports, and various ad hoc data reports. And these ad hoc data reports could include data from the above mentioned reports or other types of data sources. In this presentation, I will give a brief overview of these reports, but later in this workshop, several of my colleagues will further discuss them in detail. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at the features of the first 3 sources of reliability information we just introduced. These are their varying formats, frequencies of submission, key topics, and levels of availability. The WMPQDR focuses mainly on unplanned outage incidents, but this will be further discussed later in this workshop by my colleagues Constantine Lavore and Adam Barsh. The AERR provides details on system metrics, worst performing circuit lists, and major event day or MED summaries. This will be further discussed later by my colleague Julian Innes. Finally, the PSPS report provides details of power shutoff events, and this will be later addressed by my colleague Karen Nguyen. Next slide, please. Here are 3 more sources of reliability information. PEDS provides information on the impact of protective equipment and device settings, outages for PG&E. Stephen Kleber will be covering this topic later in this workshop. GO166 gives information on major outages and their compliance to the 14 standards set in the GO166. My colleague Maria Jaya's presentation will further discuss this. And finally, ad hoc data requests are specific requests for information made by CPUC to the IOUs that encompass a variety of topics. My colleague Tyler Dunaway will be presenting on an example of this. I want to again highlight the various formats these reports are available in, various frequencies of their submission, the differing key topics they address, and their different levels of accessibility from publicly available to internally available. Next slide, please. This is a graph of reports over time, and it shows the different frequencies 5 of the reports are submitted. This graph does not include ad hoc data requests because those are submitted upon request. And PSPS reports vary as they are submitted pre and post PSPS event. You can see that some reports are provided annually, some quarterly, and some as frequently as monthly. Next slide, please. Okay. I think I got lost there for a second. Let me know if you can hear me again. Bandwidth issues.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. This graph highlights the amount of time it takes for CPUC to obtain a report. And as you can see, the timelines vary. Next slide, please. So the main 4 issues we face when using the aforementioned data sources to evaluate electric reliability are that reliability reports are available in differing formats that can be incompatible, and different reporting lines can cause data silos, so integrating this information can be arduous and labor-intensive. Additional information that details where and when outage events occur, along with who is impacted and the cause of the outage, would allow for more robust assessments of overall outage impacts. Additional information is needed on location, duration, and impact on customers and infrastructure of emergency or disaster outage events. And finally, there's a need for additional thresholds and benchmarks to track issues in reliability. Next slide, please. Each electric reliability report has its own requirements set by its corresponding proceeding or general order. This can pose challenges when integrating other datasets. Reliability monitoring efforts come from multiple sources that are difficult to integrate due to their differing formats, their different aggregation scales, and different timing. We hope to establish a holistic data reporting framework that provides a clear and timely view of electric reliability efforts and progress. Next slide, please. In this graphic, the boxes at the top represent different metrics, thresholds, and measurements for assessing reliability. The circles at the bottom represent the different report and data sources available. As you can see, there is a fair amount of overlap showing the complexity when using these sources of information to make reliability assessments. Next slide, please. For example, if we want to assess the relative impact of different outage causes, this is measured using 3 separate reporting streams with differing formats and different levels of availability. Next slide. This is an example of a planned outage analysis. The AERR provides overall number of planned outage incidents, but lacks the level of detail found in the WMP QDR, which is used for unplanned outages. This table displays the share of planned outages in 2023. As you can see, 2 out of the 3 large IOUs have more than half of their total outages categorized as planned. So you can surmise that due to this making up such a large proportion of outages, that having more detail available for these planned outages would be very helpful in analysis. Next slide, please. Here we have an example of unplanned outage analysis. 2 out of the 3 large IOUs have over a quarter of their reported unplanned outages categorized as unknown. This could be mitigated by implementing more robust categories and contexts like those suggested by the IEEE, most notably surrounding categories for weather. More detail will be shared about the WMP QDR and the AERR later in this workshop. Next slide, please. Some challenges faced when looking at infrastructure data are the current information gaps, like lack of information on circuits and physical characteristics such as circuit length, portion underground, urban versus rural areas, and customer characteristics such as number of customers served on a circuit and customer types and critical infrastructures. Incompatible formats and data point gaps can hinder the integration of infrastructure data like maintenance, repair, and hardening efforts with data on outage incidents. While certain data points I mentioned in this slide exist, they are in various formats and various report sources. Next slide, please. When evaluating emergency and disaster events, some information gaps are present, such as maps and locations of affected areas, infrastructure, outage durations, and repeated outages experienced by individual customers after emergency or disaster events. For example, the Major Event Day or MED report data lacks the level of detail needed for use as a resource to assess the impact of an emergency event due to its large scope covering incidents for entire service territories. Further information on winter storms, heat waves, and earthquakes, including mild, moderate, and catastrophic events, is highly needed. Next slide, please. Some of the current thresholds and benchmarks for reliability include major outage definition, which is for specific emergency or disaster events. A major outage is when 10% of IOU customers experience a simultaneous, non-momentary service interruption. This threshold aids in measuring catastrophic events. Due to its sensitivity, it has rarely been triggered. Major event days, or MEDs, are a completely separate threshold that identifies days with System Average Interruption Duration Index, otherwise referred to as SAIDI, above a statistically determined normal range. It includes high-impact, low-frequency events such as winter storms. These thresholds are in no way related, but they are examples of benchmarks used to assess performance. Having more criteria would aid in providing additional versatile categories to assess performance and identify different types of events. Further details will be discussed for these thresholds mentioned later in this workshop. Next slide, please. I'll now discuss an example of some of the challenges posed when evaluating reliability and the need for more complete and cohesive data. As part of its reliability effort, the CPUC's Safety Policy Division wanted to conduct a preliminary analysis of repeated failure of electric infrastructure during heat waves. This analysis was done using 2 of the 6 main sources of data previously discussed: the Annual Electric Reliability Report, or AERR, and the Wildfire Mitigation Plan Quarterly Data Report, or WMP QDR. The AERR identified one major heat event categorized by PG&E as a Major Event Day, or MED, in September 2022. The AERR also identified additional heat events, but they did not reach the MED threshold and did not have accompanying Excel tables. The dates of these events were cross-referenced with unplanned outage events found in the WMP QDR. However, the temperature during outage or relation to heat wave is not present in this dataset. Due to this gap in data, other heat-related outages or outages in areas impacted by heat wave may have been overlooked. Because of its level of detail, the WMP QDR outage incident data allowed for identification of outages caused by failure of heat-sensitive equipment, including transformers, conductors, connectors, and splices. But formatting and compatibility proved challenging to link this information with maintenance and repair records, as they are currently reported in the WMP QDR or supplementally obtained through ad hoc data requests made directly to IOUs. Event data from the AERR, outage data from the WMP QDR, and maintenance data from its various sources are not easily integrated to identify repeated failures. The key takeaway from this example is that when considering reliability monitoring in order to resolve root causes of outages, information gaps can lead to insights being overlooked when data are not readily accessible, inconsistently formatted, or lacking key information. A starting point of discussion for relevant data to consider when assessing outages due to heat events could be using definitions similar to CalAdapt, who have different descriptions intended for understanding daily extreme heat events or prolonged heat events. Or data points like temperature could be included in reports such as the WMP QDR. These enhancements could help with assessing outages due to heat events and create a fuller picture of the current progress and status of reliability efforts. Next slide, please. So these are the main points and takeaways that I would like you to take away from this presentation on current issues with electric reliability. Number one, current reporting creates data silos with incompatible formats. The second would be we need additional information showing where and when outage events occur, who is impacted, and outage causes. Additional information is needed on the location, duration, and impact on customers and infrastructure of emergency or disaster outage events. And finally, more nuanced thresholds and benchmarks to track issues with reliability are also needed. Next slide, please. Now I would like to open the floor up to any questions anyone has. Please feel free to address them, leave them in the comment section, or come off mute and raise your hand.
All right. Not seeing any questions, so I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the next section. Thank you very much, Brittany.
Thank you.
And so next, we'll get into existing reliability data and reports. And to start off this section will be Julian Ennis from the CPUC's Energy Division. We'll hand it off to you, Julian.
Great. Thank you so much, Richard. As Richard said, my name is Julian Ennis. I'm a utilities engineer in Energy Division, and I'm here to talk about the existing reliability reporting requirements as laid out by Commission Decision 1601-008. Next slide, please. So before we get into the actual requirements of this decision, I think it's probably good to have a little bit of a primer on some acronyms that you'll probably hear at some point during this presentation. And these are sort of the nationally accepted way to track electric reliability within the United States, as laid out in IEEE Standard 1366, the latest version of which was released in 2022. So the four main reliability indices that are used for this purpose are SAIDI, SAIFI, CAIDI, and MAIFI. SAIDI, or the System Average Interruption Duration Index, is basically the average length of all outages combined in a single year for the average customer on the utility system as measured in minutes of outage. SAFE, or the System Average Interruption Frequency Index, is the average frequency of sustained outages, which are greater than 5 minutes long, in a single year for the average customer on the utility system as measured in number of outages. CAIDI, or the Customer Average Interruption Duration Index, is the average length of any single outage in a year for the average customer on the system as measured in minutes. And MAFE, or the Momentary Average Interruption Frequency Index, is the average frequency of momentary outages, which are less than 5 minutes long in a single year for the average customer on the utility system as measured in number of outages. Next slide, please. We'll just give you a quick and kind of handy way to remember which metric is which. Basically, look at the first and the fourth letters of the particular metric definition. If the first letter is an S, it refers to system, which means that the metric is averaged over all customers on the system. Whereas if it's C, it stands for customer, which means the metric is averaged over customers experiencing a given outage. Whereas the fourth letter, D, is for duration and F is for frequency. And throughout the slides on this presentation, I think for the most part, will be a little box spelling out which metric, spelling out the acronym for the metric. So hopefully that will be a little bit helpful to folks as we continue. Next slide, please. So I did want to just touch on a couple of things. One of them is that there's a drawback to the statistical representation of data, and that is because the massive size of the utility system with regional climate and population density variations can make these system level metrics and data a little bit challenging to interpret. Reliability statistics focus on outage duration and customer counts, which does very frequently obscure very regional variation. And these particular statistics, I believe, were from 2018 or 2019, and basically, illustrate the problem here in that, PG&E has almost 100,000 miles of total overhead lines, and 2.3 million poles. So you can imagine that metrics averaged over that, and the 5.5 million customers on those systems might have some, might certainly hide some places where the metrics are higher, and might hide some places where the metrics are lower. Next slide, please. So finally, I just want to talk about reliability metrics and utility performance. So you can show reliability data in a lot of different ways, each of which can tell a different and sometimes conflicting part of the story about a utility's performance. A large amount of the reliability data from these reports does have to be parsed and distilled to glean useful insights. As you'll see, these reports are, often hundreds of pages of long, full of tables and charts and explanations and stuff. So there's a lot of work that has to go into processing these. And I just wanted to illustrate sort of the difficulty of presenting the data in easily understandable and cohesive ways. So if you look at PG&E's performance between 2021 and 2022, in terms of SAIDI, or the System Average Interruption Duration Index, you can see that without major event days, which is a definition that we'll be touching on later, and with major event days, immediately there's almost a 400 minute difference between the 2021 metrics with and without that. But then you compare that to the national average System Average Interruption Duration Index, and that paints another picture, because obviously the national metric is a lot lower than the 2022 metric. But then you look even more granularly at PG&E's most reliable division pretty consistently, which is San Francisco, and that SAIDI score is only about 50 minutes, whereas the worst performing division in 2019 was almost 530 minutes. So this is all to say is that there's a lot of data out there, and it can sometimes be confusing about how to interpret it and how to sort of look into that. So just sort of a caveat for a lot of what we're talking about through this annual reliability report process. Next slide, please. So now we'll move over to the reporting standards that were laid out in Commission Decision 1601-008. So that particular decision, which was obviously released in January of 2016, talks about the current reporting standards that the CPUC jurisdictional electric utilities must follow as well as requiring those utilities to hold an annual workshop or town hall on electric system reliability, and also make circuit and meter level reliability data available to customers on request within a specified period of time. The Appendix B of this decision basically is the reporting template that the utilities use. It's basically just a long bulleted list of sections that are required, but below are a few of those sort of more pertinent sections that I think are useful to talk about. So basically, their utilities are required to report the system and division reliability indices for the last 10 years. That's those SAIDI, SAIFI, CAIDI, and MAIFI scores. They are required to report on the top 1% of worst performing circuits by both SAIDI and SAIFI scores, excluding major event days. They are required to talk about the top 10 major unplanned outage events within a reporting year, a summary list of IEEE defined major event days. Again, we'll get into that definition a little bit later. A historical lists of the 10 largest unplanned outage events for the last 10 years, and number of customer inquiries on reliability data, and the number of days per response. Next slide, please. So these particular reporting requirements are required of PG&E, SoCal Edison, SDG&E, Bear Valley Electric Service, Pacificor, and Liberty Utilities. These are obviously the CPUC jurisdictional electric utilities that are required to do these reports. And within the slides, there is a link to a CPUC webpage where you can actually view all of the annual reports from 1997 to 2023. Next slide, please. So here's just a quick look at the 2023 data for the CPUC jurisdictional electric utilities, territory-wide reliability versus the national average reliability. So basically, just as a little bit of a primer on this, the yellow highlighted boxes basically mean that the metric reported for one of the utilities is between 100 and 200% of the national average. Orange is 200 to 300%, and red is anything greater than 300%. So as you can see, there's a lot of yellow in here, which means that the CPUC jurisdictional electric utilities are exceeding the national metrics in a lot of way. Again, this does come with a caveat because obviously the national average is averaged over, everybody that reports their electric reliability to the United States Energy Information Administration, which is sometimes in the thousands. In the thousands of utilities, it includes both small rural utilities and very large utilities like PG&E, SE, and SDG&E. So, again, going back to my previous point is that this should be taken with a grain of salt, but it does at least give an idea of the relative performance of the California utilities versus what's going on nationally. Next slide, please. And finally, just want to touch on the worst performing circuits reporting requirement. So this commission decision does require the utilities to list the top 1% of worst performing circuits by both SAIDI and SAIFI scores for the individual circuits, and provide explanations on how the reliability will be remediated. So this is just a little look at how many circuits that sort of constitutes on each reliability or each utility's basis. As you can see, for the larger utilities, it is about 1% of those circuits. However, for the smaller utilities, Pacificor, Liberty, and Bear Valley, they are simply required to report on a proportional number per decision, because 1%, you can't really, 1% of those particular utilities, you can't report on 0.75 circuits. That would be a little bit difficult. Great, next slide, please. Great, so I am happy to take any questions about the annual report. I think I saw one in the chat from Ian Fisher, who asks, is there any normalized version of the national average? Those particular averages, the US EIA does, they report overall national metrics. They also report averages for individual states as well as regions within the territory. I don't believe there's any normalized version of that national average, unfortunately. And I'm also, you could probably normalize that against a lot of different things. So I think it would be difficult to report on one that would sort of be universally applicable, I think. But if you do go, I believe it's Form 8, if you look up US EIA Form 861 and go into Section 11, where it talks about distribution reliability, you can kind of you can see all of the data and actually download and play around with it. And it's a fantastic resource, but there's a lot of numbers on those pages.
If anybody has any other questions, feel free to post in the chat or raise your hand, and I will call on you to ask your question. Okay, seeing no questions, I guess we'll move on with the next section then. So next up, we have to discuss wildfire mitigation quarterly data reports and ad hoc reports. We have Adam Barsh, Konstantin Lavore, and Tyler Dunaway. So I'll pass it off to you.
Thanks, Richard. My name is Konstantin Lavore, and I'm a data specialist here in the Safety Policy Division. And I'll go ahead and introduce this section of the proceeding, which includes the Wildfire Mitigation Plan quarterly data reporting. Next slide, please. Again, this is who will be presenting today from the Wildfire Safety and Performance section. So I'll start off with the tabular data, followed by Adam Barsh, who will introduce the spatial data, and then Tyler Dunaway will introduce other data reporting. Next slide, please. So onto the Wildfire Mitigation Plan quarterly data reporting. Next slide, please. So there are two primary types of data products that are included in the quarterly data reporting. So it's the non-tabular and the tabular data. The Office of Energy Safety and Infrastructure requires that investor-owned utilities submit tabular and non-tabular or spatial data that shows the progress of wildfire mitigation plan implementation. This data enables data-supported decisions that are faster, more consistent, and more transparent. In addition, the Office of Energy Infrastructure and Safety also creates and maintains the data guidelines, which are used by electrical corporations when putting together these data reports. So a big credit to OEIS. They're the ones that kind of create the whole structure of these reports. And in addition, this data aids the Commission and the Safety Policy Division in performing our oversight tasks. Figure 1 of this slide shows the OEIS case docket for electrical data. This is where most of the tabular quarterly data report data can be found. The non-tabular data is submitted through a different method because some of it is confidential. On the next slide, I'll show you some of what the tabular data is used for here in the Safety Policy Division. Next slide, please. So the Safety Policy Division has many ways to utilize this data, and I'll show you just a few of them. We see this data, the tabular data, as kind of a roll-up of the spatial data. The spatial data is much more detailed. So the tabular data is summarized at a pretty high level. The reports are submitted 4 times for each year, just like together with the spatial data, basically on a quarterly basis. OEIS is currently working on updated data guidelines, which could add an annual data submission requirement. And currently there are 15 different data tables in the most recent tabular quarterly data reports, and I'll briefly discuss some of these. So some of the tables in the tabular quarterly data report outline the quarterly progress of IOUs in achieving their annual mitigation initiative targets. So that's things like undergrounding and covered conductor. And they also report the costs of mitigation work, which both the annual targets and the costs they discuss in their wildfire mitigation plans. And here at SPD, we utilize these tables to track the progress of these mitigation initiatives and the costs. That's part of our oversight duties. And these data are especially useful for the implementation of Wildfire Mitigation Plan Dashboard, which is a recent addition on the CPUC website. And you can see it in figure 2 of this slide. This dashboard aims at outlining the progress and cost of select mitigation initiatives that target reduction of ignitions and acid failures. And again, that's in figure 2. And there's also a link which you should be able to access when you receive a copy of this slide deck. There are also numerous other data tables that outline various performance metrics and risk events, which SPD uses to track IOU's progress to achieving maximum risk reduction. For example, there's a risk event drivers table that can provide insight on unplanned outages, again, at a very high level, and it provides the specific driver of the event, the line type, whether it's a distribution line or a transmission line, and the HFDD tier. Some other things that we use this data for is that we have a open work orders dashboard internally that utilizes one of the tabular tables from the quarterly data report. And we use that to track progress of IOUs in reducing their work order backlog, including past due work orders by HFDD and non-HFDD and the GO95 priority level. So again, that helps us with our oversight duties. And this data provides insight basically into the type of works that are the work orders that are ongoing, have recently been added, and have recently been resolved. That's all I wanted to highlight for the tabular data reporting, and I'll hand it off to Adam Barsh, who will introduce the spatial data reporting.
Thanks, Constantine. You have to excuse my voice. I think I'm coming down with a cold. But as Constantine mentioned, the spatial data is submitted quarterly along with the tabular data, and it is confidential. It's submitted in a geodatabase format. And then within that geodatabase, there are several shape layers organized in different categories shown here. There's other data, which would be weather, climate, and like administrative districts. There's initiative data, which would include like audits, vegetation management work, inspections, and grid hardening work. There's asset data, which is circuits, poles, substations, any sort of like physical infrastructure. And then there's risk event data. This is wires down, outages, ignitions, and PSPS events. And now outages and PSPS events, those are the two big ones as far as reliability goes. Those are typically shown in a polygon format. So you're kind of shown the shape of where an outage or a PSPS event happened. We have this data from Q2 of 2020 to the present day. And the data has become more detailed with each submission, pretty much, adding more and more columns to the spreadsheet. There's a lot of interesting information here, but because of the confidential information, I don't want to show any details, so I highly recommend if you have access, digging into it sometime. Is there any questions about the tabular or spatial data in the WMP QDR reports? All right, well, if there are no questions, Richard, I think next slide is a question slide, so you can go to that and then move on to Tyler Dunaway, our colleague, who will talk about ad hoc data reporting.
Awesome. Thank you, Adam. So next to talk about ad hoc reports is Tyler Dunaway. I'll pass it off to you, Tyler.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Dunaway, and I'm a Utilities Engineer in Safety Policy Division. I'll be discussing an example of ad hoc requests. Next slide, please. So sometimes during the completion of our task, SPD requires additional data in order to finalize or evaluate our analysis. Some of SPD's duties include the evaluation of the safety operational metrics and safety performance metrics. The SOMs are used to monitor regulatory oversight and enforcement of Pacific Gas and Electric Company to ensure they are improving risk mitigation and monitoring safety performance. The FPMs measure safety performance metrics across all investor-owned utilities. And then taking a look at the diagrams to the right, you can see two of the SPM metrics graphed, which report overhead wires down, broken down by MED and non-MED days. Next slide, please. SPD notes that the SPM metrics 1 and 2 show overhead wires down. Metric 1 is for non-major event days, while metric 2 includes major event days. We observed that there were many more wires down when including the major event days, and we wanted to explore it in more detail. Some additional background on major event days. These are days where the daily SAIDI exceeds a threshold value. My colleague Julian Enos will describe this calculation in more detail later in the presentation. The SPMs and SOMs split the data into two separate reportable metrics to compare typical day performance versus major event days or storm performance. We noticed the difference between the reporting for the two different metrics and wanted to find out more. As this data is not available from other sources, we realized that a separate data request was required. So this led to the ad hoc data request to provide daily SAIDI data. The IOUs provided MED classifications for each day, and additionally, they provided calculations for the TMED, or the threshold, using the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or IEEE, statistical standard and 5 years of SAIDI data. Moving to the next slide. And here's a blown up image of what our observation and the initiation of the ad hoc request. You can see that among the two metrics, the MED, the rate of wires down for metric 2 is larger than the rate for metric 1. Next slide. Any questions on this portion of the presentation?
All right. Thank you, Tyler. Oh, we do have one question from Melissa Kasnich. What is the significance of the higher numbers on MED days?
Well, the graph shows the rate of the overhead wires down when including the major event days versus not including the major event days. So when those major event days are included in the data set, you have a higher rate of overhead wires down. So that's the significance on the two graphs.
And this is Henry Sweat from SPD. I'm working with Tyler on this. And just to add a little bit, the major event days, they typically correspond with storms. So when you see the higher wires down on major event days or with the data including major event days, one reason for that is because those days include storms.
Thank you, Henry. Does anybody else have any more questions that they would like to ask? All right, seeing none for now. And also I'd like to remind everybody during the break, feel free to leave a question in the chat there as well, and we will address them. Moving on to the next section will be other types of data reporting. We'll talk about data from the public safety power shutoffs and enhanced power line safety settings and protective equipment and device settings from Safety Enforcement Division. So Karen Nguyen, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everyone. So unlike my colleagues who presented earlier, I won't be going on camera. I've had some connectivity issues earlier this week, and I just don't want my risk my audio cutting out during my presentation or my portion of the presentation. All right. With that, my name is Karen Nguyen. I'm a regulatory analyst in the Safety Enforcement Division's Wildfire Safety and Enforcement Branch. I'll be presenting on the PSPS data report part of SED's presentation, and afterwards my colleague Stephen Kleiber will present on PG&E's Enhanced Power Line Safety and Settings data reports. Next slide, please. Following a PSPS event, each IOU must submit one comprehensive PSPS post-event report following 10 business days after a shutoff event ends. In this report, the IOU is required to demonstrate compliance with various reporting requirements covering topics like decision-making, de-energization data, damage and hazard, notification, public safety partner engagement, complaint, restoration, community resource center, mitigation, and lessons learned. Since 2018, 139 post-event reports have been filed. Below is a table of the number of reports per year by utilities. Next slide, please. In addition to the post-event report, there are 2 other reports filed with WSEB, the postseason report and preseason report. The postseason report must be filed and served in the prior year, no later than March 1st of every year via rulemaking 18-12-005 or its successor proceeding. The second bullet point here lists items that are to be included in the postseason report. The preseason report must be filed and served in the current year, no later than July 1st of every year, with rulemaking 18-12-005 or its successor proceeding. The fourth bullet point lists items that are to be included in the preseason report. All PSPS reports and PSPS data are available on the CPUC website at the hyperlink on this slide. Next slide, please. Using the PSPS report using the post-event report data, WSAB has created a public dashboard to view post-event PSPS data and a GIS map with polygons of PSPS outage data. Below is a screenshot of this WSAB PSPS dashboard since 2018. On the far left is a list of events subdivided into event name and customers de-energized from the event. The middle column displays data collected from specific events by event name. The list is long, so all I'll point out here is just MBL stands for medical baseline customers. On the far right are trending graphs. The upper right-hand graph is the number of events each month by utility, and if you tab over, it would show trending graph for the number of events each year by utility. The bottom right has trending graphs for the number of customers de-energized and the number of customers notified, with separate tabs to view this data by month and year. Before heading into the next slide, I want to draw attention to the bottom left of the dashboard where you'll see event map. The next slide will cover this topic. Next slide, please. In addition to a narrative PSPS post-event report submission, each IOU must submit a zipped geodatabase file that includes PSPS event polygons of de-energized areas. In the second tab of the CPUC PSPS dashboard, all the submitted polygons across all utilities are compiled into an event map. Here we have a screenshot of that second tab of the PSPS dashboard shown earlier. This tab visually displays polygon data collected from PSPS post-event de-energization. Next slide, please. In the narrative of the PSPS post-event report, each IOU must provide a list of circuits de-energized with the following information for each slide in PDF and Excel format. Information must include county, de-energization date and time, restoration date and time. I won't go through this full list, but wanted to provide the list for completeness of information for this slide. Next, I'd like to pass it on to my colleague, Stephen, to discuss PG&E's enhanced power line safety settings data reports. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Klaber. I'm a senior regulatory analyst in the Wildfire Safety Enforcement Branch within SCD. Next slide. To give a brief overview, let's dive into what EPSS is. So enhanced power line safety settings is a fault sensing device such as a circuit breaker or line recloser that causes the power to turn off. If an object contacts a distribution line or a fault occurs, protective devices such as a circuit breaker or line recloser automatically shut off the power with 1/10 of a second. After an outage, PG&E patrols the line for damage on the ground or the air before restoring power. The 3 main devices in EPSS are circuit breakers, line reclosers, and fuse savers. Next slide. So this slide details the monthly requirements for PG&E to report EPSS to SED. In August 2021, President Batcher required PG&E to report on the total scope of customers impacted, including number of medical baseline customers impacted, number of customers who rely on electricity to maintain necessary life functions, number of well water customers, number of schools impacted, as well as number of hospitals impacted. PG&E is also required to report on the duration, cause of outages, and efforts to clear the lines and restore power within 60 minutes. Some of the additions to the monthly report since President Batcher's letter have been reporting the circuit protection zones, the restoration time in minutes, and some of the ignition data. And the ignition data is, it pretty much details the number of ignitions on EPSS enabled lines, the size of the ignition, and the response time. And lastly, the EPSS monthly reports can be found on the CPC website. The hyperlink is on the slide, and then all parties that are on the service list to R.18-10-007. Next slide. To kind of show you guys what we typically receive from PG&E on a monthly basis, I've split this slide into two different slides. The headers represent outage, county, circuit, CPZ, which is circuit protection zone, cause, which is a subset of third-party animal company initiated equipment failure, environment unknown in vegetation, as well as FNL, which is first no light, week, end date, and CATIE, which represents customer average interruption duration index, which was previously discussed by Julian Ennis. Next slide. So this is the second half of what that submission is, which details the EPSS outage type, the customer minutes, the CASO, which is the count of customers experiencing sustained outages, those customers that are mentioned before as on the medical baseline, the life support, the critical customers, as well as the schools, hospitals, well water dependent, and then the restoration time. Next slide. So on a monthly basis, we take the raw data from PG&E's submission and we conduct an analysis. Typically, we create charts that depict a year-over-year comparison. The example is shown on the right above. Here we have the EPSS seasons for 2022, 2023 versus 2024. And then additionally, we create charts that show trends on a monthly basis. So this is the trend of the customers impacted per month for the year 2024 on a monthly basis. Next slide. So we have quarterly meetings with PG&E. Originally, when there was a lot of EPSS outages, we did it on a monthly basis, but now we have gotten it down to quarterly meetings with PG&E, other members of the CPUC outside of SED, as well as members of Energy Safety. Typically, these meetings are about 1 hour, and it's in a format of a presentation given by PG&E in PowerPoint slides. Some of the topics that we discuss are EPSS outage performance, customer support, customer outreach, program improvements, CPC reportable ignitions, any changes in activation criteria that may have been done or will be in the future. And then we kind of do a Q&A regarding some of the data that has been submitted. And so this gives us an opportunity to, go back and forth with PG&E and discuss some of the data and the EPSS program as a whole. Next slide. So I wanted to open it up to some questions. I know there was some questions for PSPS earlier in the chat. Just wanted to hand it over.
Yeah, Stephen, we had a question earlier from Melissa asking, when you say 139 post-event reports, does that include the reports still pending from the 2024 to 2025 wildfire season? I believe Mabel answered the question. She said no, the pending ones have not been accounted to the 139. Is that the case, Steve? Or
can I take that, Stephen?
Yeah, this is PSPS.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, the 139 number does not include the 2 SCE post-event reports and 1 SDG&E post-event report in January that have been approved for extension. And that just adds on to what Mabel, my colleague, listed in chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. We also have another question from Justin Hagler. I'll read it out loud. Have there been any ad hoc data requests from the other IOUs for the fast trip data similar to these EPSS reports? If yes, how frequent are they?
Yes, actually, we have one that's pending currently for years 22, 23, and 24. They are gone to SCE, SDG&E, and Pacific Corp.
Thank you, Stephen. Now I'll see if anybody else has questions. I believe, Arthur, I see your hand raised, so please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi everyone, this is Ian Fisher from the Cal Advocates Office. Thank you everybody for your presentations. Just want to say, and Stephen, thanks for kind of elucidating on what's going on with EPSS. With your data and what you're collecting currently from PG&E, is it possible to identify individuals that are being persistently de-energized as a consequence of the fast trip, or as a consequence of the implementation of this program?
Are you talking about specific customers, like an ID'd customer? No, we don't receive that information. We do get the outage type, we do get the county and the amount of outages per circuit and circuit protection zone, but we don't get the specific customer. But we do get the number of customers. So it's not narrowed by like a name per se of like John Smith has experienced X amount of outages, but we do get the amount of customers experience significant amount of outages.
So the closest you could possibly get is down to like a CPZ or down to a circuit segment, and identify longitudinally what's happened to that particular circuit segment from this data. Yeah,
it might be a matter of confidentiality when it comes to getting a specific customer, because this is posted on the website, so this has access to everyone. So that might be something that shouldn't be posted on the website.
And I guess I was asking more like internally, would it be capable of tracking it? And what I'm hearing is not really at the moment.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll take another moment to see if anybody else has questions. Again, feel free to leave them in the chat or raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing anybody at this moment. So next up, we'll be having our break. I know on the slide it says to return at 10:30. However, we went a little bit over, so let's return at 10:37. All right, thank you, everybody. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had an opportunity to get some refreshments or take a little break. Um, During the break, we had a question from Christopher Parks. Christopher asked regarding slide 42, I believe that was a slide covering the WMP QDRs. Are there examples for how OEIS, CPUC, or the IOUs might take specific actions as a result of the slide 42 reports? And if anybody from Wildfire Safety Performance section is available, feel free to respond to Christopher's question. I believe they are not available at this moment. So, Christopher, we will get back to you with that question. Next up, we have our presentations from the IOUs regarding electric reliability data and how it's being reported to both the public and regulators. So, starting off with this series of presentations, we have Pacific Gas and Electric. So, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you. This is John Eric Tallman. Can you hear me? Just do a sound check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate this opportunity to share from our company's perspective and for this workshop today. I'm assuming I just tell you when I want the slide to advance.
Yes.
Yeah, if you could advance 2 slides, please.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, this is John Eric Tallman. I'm the lead on our System Performance, Reliability, and Resilience Strategy team. You know about PG&E. This is just an intro slide. The wide range in our service territory. Of course, reliability across all that service territory is very important, and I want to share with you some of our information today. Could you go to the next slide? This is a quick overview of our system. Most people probably know this, but from generation, transmission to distribution to the customer meter, you can see we have a variety of different voltages and delivery methods, and reliability spans from from left to right, from creation of the energy all the way to delivery. Let's go to the next slide. Thanks. As we look to constantly, we're looking to improve our reliability and improve the performance of the grid, knowing what is the drivers and the failure modes and the details on the events is important. And so we track, this is just an example of the things we track, and this is similar across all the utilities, I'm sure. And most people are familiar with this, but these are key topics for us in understanding these drivers. Let's go to the next slide. As you track those, and I know this is one of the topics we'll be talking about today, is how we classify those outages. Momentaries that were sustained, of course, the divider there is 5 minutes. Planned outages is a separate category where we've provided notice to the customer. There can be a variety of different reasons why planned outages are taken. And then as we look across the spectrum of outages, there's a definition of a major event, and I know we'll talk more about that. But this is an outage or set of outages that occurred that exceeds a threshold for that given day. And these are the different classifications as we look at the outage types. Let's go to the next slide. I think previously we talked about a lot of different ways that reliability data is used. There's a lot of different reports, and internal to the company, there's a lot of different things we look at it from to drive different work. So how we measure the reliability, how we track the outages, and then how we use that data, the metrics there on the right side. This is all part of this data stream or pipeline that we have within the company to drive the work internally and report externally. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. That is curious that that slide has changed. What you see on the right should be a view of the United States. That's what was sent across to you. So I'm not sure why you're seeing a map of the world. But anyway, the content here is that across the United States, as we've looked at benchmark on the exclusion methodologies, you have some states who follow the IEEE major event day methodology, which is 2.5 beta days. Some states have their own definition where they look at the severity of interruptions, the measure of the number of customers, the duration, mostly the number of customers. Some states use a combination of these two approaches. No states have developed or implemented a method for identification of exclusions of what we call a catastrophic event, and that's referred to in the IEEE standard 1366-2012. So that's an area for a continued look across the utility. We, in California, the reporting methodologies across the IRUs is aligned with IEEE 1366, using the 2.5 beta days. The catastrophic event is also defined, and that's usually triggered off the state designation, by state or federal authorities, and that's usually accounted for. That's accounted for in the SEMA accounts. When we look at what we call a major outage, the General Order 166 defines that with a little over 500,000 electric customer threshold. And then a measured event is a major outage resulting from something that's not an earthquake or weather-related causes that looks to affect more than between 10% or 40% of the total utilities customer base. And there we look at a KD of about 570. So these are the exclusion methodologies across the US as we look at that and how we compare. Next slide, I want to lean in a little bit on some areas of opportunity. Even though there's a lot of variance across different states, the goal is the same. We're looking to with these exclusions, we're looking to normalize so that we can see the overall performance of the system and not have it skewed too much by large events, even though those are part of reliability. There is an opportunity to segment, with that objective, to segment the performance across different territories. PG&E's territory, we cover a variety of, large range of different territories and different climate zones. So we're looking at, there's opportunity there. One example that's already in place in some ways is the HFRA as we look at fire zones versus non-fire zones. So that's an area we want to highlight. Another opportunity is our PSPS events. Well, PSPS events are, I'm not sure why my camera just turned on, my apologies. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great, thank you. Just seeing the camera come on and off, I was worried. So when we look at PSPS events, which are currently categorized as unplanned events, they do have very similarities with catastrophic events. I mean, that's the reason why we're turning off power, because we are anticipating a catastrophic event from a fire perspective. I think there's a possibility for us to look at, should these be separated from reliability performance in some way? And I think there's an area for, that's what the PG&E would like to highlight for discussion in this workshop and in this proceeding. Similarly, when we look at catastrophic events and reliability reporting, that can skew even more our measures. So do we have that set correctly? When we use a major event day, yes, it excludes it, but that major event day can move. If those are familiar with how they were calculated, it can move with the performance of the system. I think it's good for us to look as IOUs and regulators and interveners to look at that. Do we have that tuned correctly for our customers? And finally, with that, we want to look at, are there more cost-effective, customer-centric ways of reporting reliability? Is it right? Should we be reporting a reliability? The system-level system level reliability reporting is good and it's informative, but I think there's room here for also have more customer focused locations so that we can be reporting in different better reporting at the closer to the customer, so it better reflects the customer's experience. So those are some areas we wanted to provide as possible areas for discussion. I don't know if there's another slide. It maybe just be the summary slide or the end slide. Yeah, thanks. There's all the reliability reports that we'll be discussing today, the annual PSPS, EPSS, SOMs, QDRs, those are available through, some of those are available here on the website, others through the CPUC website. So we have that link here. I think that'll conclude it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. At this moment, I'd like to pause and see if anybody from the audience has any questions for John. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave it in the chat, or you can unmute yourself and ask John your question.
Hey, John, Eric, it's Ian. How are you doing?
Hey, Ian. Good to hear your voice.
You too. Thank you for the presentation. Can you provide a little more detail on what PG&E's outage database consists of? Like, what sort of granularity is it? What are you actually recording in there?
So we're recording the data that you'll see in the reports. Want to know when it happened, how many customers were affected. So you've got the name of the circuit or the circuit segment. You've got the time of the interruption, the time of the restoration. You have, and then of course from our reporting, we're always anxious to know the cause, and so we're looking to, as best as we can, identify the cause of the outage, because as you know, Ian, you and I have talked about predictive models and other things that goes into our plans.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to understand kind of what level you're at more than anything else. Cheers.
Okay, thanks.
All right. If anybody else has questions, I'll take a moment to check the chat and the participants list to see if anybody has raised their hands, or if you have a question, feel free to unmute at this moment. Ask John your question.
John, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Hi. If on the previous slide we talked about segmentation of performance, can you expand a little bit more on that?
Are you referring to the regional segmentation?
Yeah, I just I haven't heard that phrase before. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Well, what I'm referring to here is, for example, is over the last almost a decade now, we've been very focused on events that happen in the high fire threat districts as opposed to those that don't. So that's an example of where a segmented reliability report helps us to focus on a specific problem. We can imagine going beyond that, looking at the diverse locations and regions in our service territory and better measuring the reliability for that location, given the conditions of that location. So coastal, Central Valley, more metropolitan areas with different factors and different exposures.
Okay.
That's what we're thinking there.
I see. And it's something that you guys developed as PG&E. It's not like an IEEE thing, criteria or anything like that.
No, it's not IEEE. I think it's just it feels like a good practice for us as we think about more customer-centric, really reporting on the experience, the reporting of the reliability data, helping to match with the experience of the customers in that location.
Got you. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, great question. Thanks.
All right, I'll take another moment to see if there's any additional questions. Seeing none at this moment, so we'll go ahead and progress to the next IOU, which is Southern California Edison.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Wu. I'm the Senior Manager for the System Performance Team at SCE. And if you go to the next slide, we'll be focusing mainly on the different types of reporting that SCE does, different entities that we provide reporting to, and kind of we've separated by different types of transmission outages that we report out on, outages with customer impacts, and then any additional reporting that we do. And we'll focus in on each of these as we go through it. So if you go 2 slides over. Okay, so for the first one is the TADS reporting that we do for the transmission availability data system. We're providing this to NERC on a quarterly basis. And mainly this is focusing on our bulk electric system, where we provide information on the availability of our different transmission equipment, and also the different types of outages or details on each individual outage event that occurs there. And then if you go to the next slide, similar to TADS, information is basically identical for NATF. This is a voluntary report or forum that we're part of. And on an annual basis, provide system transmission inventory and the different additional outage details on our bulk and non-bulk electric transmission equipment system. If we go to the next slide, I think it's actually 2 slides, yeah. Focusing on outages with customer impacts. We've already heard a lot of information about the electric system reliability annual reports. This is provided to the CPUC and also posted publicly on our SCE website. On an annual basis, we provide all of our different reliability metrics and the additional information on our MED days, worst performing circuits, all of the information that Julian had kind of gone over earlier today. Next slide. Again, on an annual basis for the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA 861, this is kind of like a benchmarking report that we provide that provides system inventory, lots of different categories in here, but we do provide our system SAIDI and SAFE information along with the MED information. Next slide. And then something that SCE kind of does voluntarily on an annual basis, we provide on our SCE website information similar to what's provided in our annual electric report, but we group it by the different cities, counties, tribes, and SCE service territory. A lot of this information is used by our local public affairs group in order to have conversations, city hall meetings with different cities that are interested in looking into or deep diving on various reliability metrics associated with their cities or counties. If you go 2 more slides. These are some additional reporting, and we've heard about some of these already. There's the WMP QDRs. Again, this is provided on a quarterly basis. And some of these tables, specifically table 5, we capture all of our planned and unplanned outage information for that specific quarter. Next slide. Again, we talked about this one a little bit. For the PSPS reports, 10 business days after a PSPS event, we would provide specific information regarding the details around the de-energization event. And the next slide. The last one we talk about is another voluntary report that SCE does. It's our annual sustainability report. This one is really focusing on our kind of 2045 roadmap. And as part of that report that we provide, we also include our annual reliability metrics within that report. And again, this is posted publicly on our website. That's pretty much it. If you go one or two more slides, I think, in the appendix, we provided a quick table that kind of summarizes each of the different reports that we provide, who we're providing it to, and the frequency for which we provide it, and the format. Any questions?
Hey, John, it's Ian Fisher again. Sounds like I'm going to be a bit of a theme here. Appreciate your presentation. You mentioned a city reliability report. Can you expand a little on that? Do you take that opportunity to provide information on, customer classes, things like outreach to MLB, medical baseline, medically sensitive, or any breakdown for the cities to help them understand the different kind of sensitive customer classes they may need to actually support? Is that part of that report, or would that be separate?
No, I don't think it'd be part of the actual report we do, but it does provide the starting point of the conversation with the cities that are interested in deep diving into those. So again, we do this voluntarily so that our local public affairs folks have the opportunity to kind of consolidate the information for, let's say, the different substations or circuits that feed a specific city. And they can take a look at the different reliability, some of the performance of the circuits within their city boundaries. And if they are interested in deep diving that, we can help support some of the analytics on that side.
Okay, so you provide a report to Outreach of which circuits are performing better or worse, but not actually how it's impacting the customers by the actual customer profile or the customers that have the most issues, may have the most issues with low reliability. That's kind of what that requires.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in that report.
Okay,
No.
Appreciate that. And then, so do you provide support if people are asking for that?
Yes, both our local public affairs group would have some of the information on like medical baseline customers, and then we would also work on overlaying some of our reliability data with that information.
Okay, but you couldn't get to the actual individual experience of an individual from, you can't really fish that out. So you couldn't get to the worst 1% or anything like that.
Not in those reports, no.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
This is Melissa Kasnitz. You're saying not from those reports. Are there any other reports or data sources that you have where you could get to the worst 1% or identify customers with more granularity?
I don't believe we get to the customer granularity level. But are you talking about worst 1% for like worst performing circuits?
Or circuits that I guess yes, because I'm just saying it a different way. Circuits with the greatest number of outages, or the worst performing circuits.
We follow the criteria for the Electric System Reliability Annual Report, which Julian had talked about, and we do the worst 1% performance in the SAIDI and SAFE categories, and so you would be able to find it in that report.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll pause for a moment and see if there are any additional questions in the chat or from the audience. Again, feel free to either leave a question in the chat or unmute yourself and ask John your question.
I do have a general question. This is actually for everybody, not just John, so please don't feel picked upon here. This really is for everybody. When communicating with customers, how do you think knowing the circuit is useful? That's.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again? I didn't catch that last part.
When communicating with customers and understanding the service you're providing with customers, and John, this is not to you, this is to everybody, so you have to report this, respond to this. And this is kind of almost a rhetorical question. When reporting, communicating with customers, how do you think knowing the circuit is useful? It's a general question to everybody, because what I'm hearing today, and I'm just trying to get some workshop stimulation here. How do you think that's useful in communicating with customers? Because the experience, the service, and I know it's how our reports are shaped, but generally speaking, why do we think that's useful? And if anybody can tell me that, then please respond.
Ian, can I ask you to clarify on that a little bit? Do you mean to ask that if sort of we're seeing communicating to individual customers on a circuit level basis is useful? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking if we're generally reporting out on the worst 10% of circuits or worst, and identifying what the worst circuits are. That's not how customers experience, that's not how customers experience their service. I'm asking whether that's a useful metric, and why we think it's a useful metric.
So maybe perhaps I can provide a little bit of procedural background from the CPUC side on that particular requirement. The 2016 decision, and remember this decision was sort of done long before PSPS and EPSS were sort of big concerns. Granted, SDG&E had been doing PSPS since I believe like 2008 or 2009, but it wasn't until about 2018 or 2019 that they came into majorly into the public consciousness. But in 2016, the rationale for doing the top 1% of worst performing circuits was mostly to understand recurring issues with individual circuits, to see if there were places in the state that were having more issues than other places. So I would say the requirement to report on that is a little bit more of a system centric approach for CPUC information than it is necessarily sort of a communication standard to customers about sort of what is problematic. And I think I agree it's not a particularly customer centric look at why, or at what's going on sort of individually per customer, but it also helps us sort of see trends within that data and sort of understand what the potentially what underlying factors there are for sort of repeat poor performance. I'll also refer on a customer centric basis, it becomes a little bit more difficult when you have to start going down to the sort of meter level because of data aggregation rules and the like. And while I agree that it's a useful thing, there is also currently the existing requirement that the utilities will provide a report to an individual customer on their individual reliability within a specified number of time, as specified in the 2016 decision. So unfortunately, the reporting standard, again, because it was written 8 years ago, 9 years ago now, I think it isn't maybe an exact fit for communicating well to customers about these kinds of issues, but hopefully that little bit of procedural context is helpful.
Thanks, Julian. I really appreciate it. So there's an individual reliability report if the customer, and I'm not familiar with the whole of it. So there's an individual reliability report available to a customer if a customer requests it. Is that in the decision?
Yes. So in D 1601-008, the requirement is that basically if an individual customer contacts the utility and says, hey, I want a full report on the reliability of my meter address, the utilities have to provide it. The large utilities, PG&E, SE, SDG&E, have 15 days to respond, and the small utilities have 30 days to respond. I don't remember exactly where in the decision it is, but there's a link in the link I put in the chat has a link to the text of that decision if you want to investigate that further.
Okay, thanks, Julian. I appreciate it.
I do see that we have one more additional question from Lee. I believe this is just a general question. If not, feel free to correct me. Along the same lines, how do customers know which circuit or segment they're on? Is information translated to an address level for the customer? I think we'll get back to that question after SDG&E's presentation. Does anybody else have any specific questions for John from Edison? Okay, seeing none at this moment. So we'll move on to the next presentation from the next IU, which is SDG&E.
Hi, good morning. Quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Lawrence Absede, Manager of Distributed Energy Resources. I recently took responsibility of our electric reliability program. And so thank you for having me today. Next slide, please. Similar to Pacific Gas and Electric and Southern California Edison, the way we measure our reliability statistics on the assets involved, from generation to the transmission to the substation high side breaker, the distribution bank breaker to the end of the distribution line, and so on. And I'll be able to show you what some of that data looks like today. Next slide, please. For those of you that aren't familiar with the SDG&E or San Diego Gas and Electric Service Territory, roughly 3,100 square miles from Southern Orange County and all of San Diego County. And so all the way to the California-Mexico border, Pacific Ocean to the tail end of Fallbrook, Temecula, and Imperial Valley to the southeast. And our system is broken down into 6 regions. And there are 2 satellite offices that belong to 2 of the regions, just because of the overall size and magnitude of the circuits. This kind of gives you an idea how we break it down. And so we obviously report our data from a system-wide level, and then we also break it down by region as well. And we report on all levels. Next slide, please. This was reviewed a couple of times today. But we do our key reporting metrics are the sustained average interruption duration index, or SAIDI, the sustained average interruption frequency index, or average interruption frequency index, our customer average interruption duration index, or CAIDI, and our momentary average interruption frequency index. And those are all the same indices that you've probably heard of earlier today. Next slide, please. Our reliability goals and metrics. Obviously, our goal is to provide our customers with safe and reliable power, improve reliability by completing these studies and leveraging the data to identify where we're having issues, and so we can limit the number of outages, the frequency of the outages, and how the customers are experiencing these outages and what the customer experience looks like. Reviewing all these outages, not only from a system level, but also from a region level as well. So this is how we engage the field personnel and our regional personnel so that we can enhance reliability overall. We are adding 2 new metrics to basically provide a better picture on the customer experience. There's the customer experiencing multiple interruptions, or CME, and the customers experiencing long interruption duration outages, or CLID. The metrics that we are adding to our reporting as of this year. And you probably heard today, major event days, we take on the same IEEE 1366 methodology for excluding and including our indices for major event days. Next slide, please. So we broadcast our reporting to the general public through our annual report and through a town hall that we conduct here in San Diego. It's broken down to 9 sections. We obviously identify the system indices for the last 10 years. There's a question earlier where we get this data from. It is data that's captured as part of our outage management system, and everything from personnel showing on scene to when the outage starts, all the way through the cause identification and then towards the restoration of the outage. All that's in our outage management system. There's also the district reliability indices, which you talked about. And this is we showcase the last 10 years. We do it for system and district indices, and then we also show what it looks like for plant outages and including the major event days as well. We show the top 1% of worst performing circuits, excluding the major event days, and then the top 10 major unplanned power outage events within that reporting year. We do list out the major event days. We show the 10 largest unplanned outage events for the last 10 years. And then obviously the number of customer inquiries that we get for reliability data and data request. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what our system data looks like for the last 10 years. Obviously 2024, we're still in the reconciliation, but that will be released very shortly. But this is what it would look like for a system standpoint for the last 10 years. Next slide, please. And this is for distribution. So in this case, the distribution bank breaker to the end of the circuit. And that's what this would look like. Next slide, please. And then transmission. So from obviously the transmission system all the way to the high side breaker. And that's there's an example of how that information is shared. Next slide, please. And then finally, our last slide, I believe this was covered earlier today. For our WP reports, we do share the quarterly data, our wildfire mitigation plan, and then obviously our public safety power shutoff report, or post-event report as well. So, and that's all I have for today. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Lawrence. So I'll take a moment to check the chat. And again, if you have any questions for either Lawrence or any of the IOUs, feel free to unmute yourself and ask that question. I'll start off with the chat. We have two questions. First one is from Christopher Parks. Do PSPS days and high wind days qualify as MED days?
I can take that one. We're actually going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about the MED threshold, but just the quick and dirty answer to that question is not necessarily, and you'll see why later in the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Julian. So next question is from Eric Swanson. Do the IUs have the ability to identify the customers that are experiencing the worst outage impacts in the same way that they can identify the worst performing circuits? If so, is this assessment part of a reliability performance system? And I'm assuming this is a question for all the IUs, so at any time, please feel free to unmute and respond to the question.
I'll start with that, I guess. So yeah, our outage management system to identify, obviously, down to the circuit level and the customer level of which customers are experiencing an interruption. And we have the ability to drill down into that data and understand, which customers are experiencing this, and we can do our best to limit or reduce those the frequency of those interruptions. So that's something that we do study.
Thank you, Lawrence. Do either PG&E or Southern California Edison have any responses to this question?
I think it's a good question, and I think it's been pretty well covered. Look forward to further discussion on it.
Thanks. Anything from Edison?
Yeah, I would just say that some of the metrics that are available, such as CME and CLID, would be able to identify some of the customers that are experiencing frequent interruptions or long duration outages.
Thank you, John. I also see a hand up from Ian. Ian, please feel free to unmute and ask your question.
Okay, thanks. Thanks there, John. Quick question. Can you expand a bit more on CME and CLID and what data you collect to actually track those? What sort of granularity is it, and how long do you retain it?
I believe Dean is Shapstein from SDG&E is also online with us, and Dean is the principal analyst who manages a lot of our data. Dean, can you speak to that for on behalf of SDG&E, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm Dean Shapstein, analyst on his team. So the CME-CLID is a new metric in 2025, and that's tracked down at the meter level. So it's about as extremely granular as you can get. And it's tracked at that level, it's tracked at the switch plan or the outage level. So if a customer goes in and out a couple times on one outage, we're going to call that an outage of 1. Because due to restoration efforts, customers can go in and out during the same outage. So we're really on the CME part of it, how many outages they've seen, where they get credit one per outage. We're not going to overcount it if they go in and out during the same outage.
Understood. And how long do you retain that? Or are you just starting to build a historical kind of longitudinal data set of that?
Yeah, the data in our NS system goes back to, I think this latest system was implemented back in 2011. So we actually have records all the way back to 2011.
Okay, I appreciate that. So now you have meter level records back to 2011 of all of outages, irrespective of length.
Correct. Yeah, it's a massive
Interesting.
database for this,
Okay.
Measuring CME and CLID.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Certainly. And by the way, as a note, for this year, our metrics are based on the primary outages. Of course, there's secondary outages that happen below the transformer, and we do record that information, but for our metrics, we're going to do it based on the primary outages.
Okay, so that's everything transformer and feeder level above. So if it's a secondary drop and there's a reason for that, you don't record that.
That's correct. Even in our normal reporting, it's based on primary outages, which are the outages that happen at the transformer above on the distribution side.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, thanks very much. And to the utilities, have you got do you retain a similar data set to SCE and PG&E?
Yes, we do have similar information that we do keep. I think ours goes back to 2015, though.
Okay. Is John Eric here? Is anybody from PG&E willing to disclose?
Ian,
Hi.
this is John Eric. I'm sorry, I just missed your question. I had to step away.
No problem.
Could you repeat it? My
So I
apologies.
was asking about CME and CLID indices and actually about the retention of meter level information from San Diego and from Southern California SCE. I've heard that they have historic meter level outage data going back to 2011 and 2015 respectively, and that for primary outages, everything from transformer obviously upwards. I was asking, does PG&E have a similar data set, basically?
We do have a similar data set at the metered level.
Okay.
I have to go see how far back it goes in the detail.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to understand what's actually there at this point. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, once again, I'll check really quickly to see if anybody else has any other questions again. Feel free to leave them in the chat or go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question. I don't see any at this moment. I guess we'll go ahead and break for lunch. And once again, if you think of any questions during the lunch period, feel free to post it in the chat and we will come back to it when we return. So with that, I'd like to release everybody for lunch and we'll return at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. We are about 2 minutes away from starting our afternoon portion. I will give it a couple more moments for people to slowly trickle back in. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I am seeing 1 o'clock on the clock right now, and we'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon portion. But before we proceed, I wanted to give people a chance to see if there's any questions anybody thought of during lunch. I'll give it a brief moment. Seeing none at this moment. So next up, we have customer-centered data collection from Ian Fisher, Program Project Supervisor from the Cal Advocate. So Mr. Fisher, I'll let you have the platform.
Thanks, Richard. Can everybody hear me? Is that okay?
I can hear you loud and clear, Ian.
Thank you. Great. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian Fisher. I'm supervisor of the safety analysis section in the safety branch of Cal Advocates. Just by way of context, I've been working on various outage data, especially things around PSPS, EPSS, for as long as they've, most of the last 5 years or so. So had some experience in learning how these things work and how these things operate, and that somewhat informs our approach to this. I'd just like to thank everybody who spoke this morning. I really appreciate you laying out the context, my SPD and SED colleagues. Thank you. I think you really laid out very well exactly the issues with our current reporting system. The diversity of actual reports, the complexity of actually integrating those and getting the view of actually how the service that the utilities provide is really experienced by the actual customer. So with all that context, and thank you again also to the utilities for laying out their perspective and providing some very useful information for me. I'll be referencing in this particular conversation. It's really encouraging to understand that you all have outage databases that actually go down to the meter level, because that, to me, forms the foundation of what we really need to understand here. So that's really gratifying to know that the foundation is already there. So with all that said, let's step into what I'm going to talk about today. I think this is a good moment to review and remember what the Commission asked for. And so I'm going to give an overview of what the Commission asked for, how the stakeholders responded, to give us some context of what the actual value in this is and what people are looking for. I'm then going to step into talking about customer-centered data collection principles. So what is customer-centered data collection? Why do we need it? And how do we do it? I'll then give some examples from PSPS data, because we have some examples from data we collect in Cal Advocates. And then I'll talk and hopefully lead a discussion about how we implement this and where we can go with this. And for reference, everything I'm talking about now and I'm going to talk about is based on the comments that we provided as part of this process back in December. So if you want some real detail on how I think data should be structured and getting into that kind of the weeds of how we do this, please refer to the Appendix A, Attachment A of our comments provided back in, I think, December 13th. Okay, with all that said, can we move to the next slide, please? And the next slide. So yeah, let's just review what the commission asked for. And then kind of see if we can distill that down into the requirements we need from this data. So first of all, the list on the left is directly taken from the ruling, and I've distilled that down on the right. Effectively, the commission is asking for interoperability between existing data. Anything we request now or any changes we make now need to align with existing reports or support existing reports and leverage the use of existing reports and existing data. So let's bear in mind what we're trying to do here is fit something in that's going to support or help or make everything just more interoperable, more understandable, more usable. The big jump, I think, from where we are now, which is looking at averages, things like KD and CD, and looking at aggregations, looking at sums, looking at circuit level information, looking at city and county level information, looking at regional information, which are all basically summation and aggregation of data. The big jump is going to be moving from looking at that, looking at what we're doing now, to something more sophisticated where we can actually pick out the individualized customer experience and understand it. It's really encouraging to hear that CME and CLID are being used. That's the starting point. We need to start thinking about what metrics we really want to look at and what metrics we really want to support and what we can do with the data if we really understand how each individual customer is experiencing the service. Finally, everything we need to do needs to be transparent. We need to be able to define a system, create a system, and clearly communicate that system to the public and to each other. And I think that's going to take effort from both the commission side and from the utility side. So with that in mind, those are the three major themes that we pulled out as Cal Advocates from the requirements, from the ruling. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? And I know this may be tricky to read, but just to kind of work out where we are, here's just the list of what everybody else asked. What the cities, the counties, the telcos, UCAN, RCRC, all asked. This is the value. These are the things that people are asking for. These are the things that people are seeing missing. These are the things that stakeholders are seeing missing. And I won't go into much detail here because I know there's folks following me. But just to give some themes, create customer-specific circuit level reliability. So customer-specific. City, San Francisco asks for different restoration times for AFN customers. You need to know who they are. You need to know where they are if you're going to do something like that. Redefine your local areas to zip codes. All your local areas might be defined by some of the geography. So we need to be able to aware of what the geographies are and be able to serve multiple geographies. Similarly, the Marin, Napa, Sonoma, they want to highlight the differences between the ESJ and non-ESJ communities. Again, those geographies are different. And you might need different geographies to answer different questions. Finally, we need to cross-reference with other state products like EnviroScreen, and that's on I believe it's on a census block or census tract basis. I forget which exactly, but the point is that's a different geography again. You need to be able to take your customer information from the utilities, your outage information from the utilities, and cross-reference it with something completely different. So we need to build flexibility into this. Can I get to the next slide, please? Thank you. So just to summarize, we need a location-based understanding of the customer distributions, how they are impacted, where they are in space, how they're impacted in time. We need location-independent understanding. So, for example, our medically sensitive and medically baseline customers, they are with all our communities. They are not geographically based, they're everywhere. So you need to be able to understand where they are in relationship to everything else and be able to track them carefully. You can't just do it based on, approximation of some sort of geography. One of the big things we'd ask for was understanding of communications with customers. So how are they being notified? How effectively are they being notified? How timely is the notification? In addition, we need to understand the ability to differentiate between sustained and multiple interruptions, ability to analyze an individual customer's experience. These have all been pulled out from either for the commission requirements or from requirements as raised by the stakeholders. Can I move to the next slide? So, in summary, let's move to the next slide. Let's talk about what a customer. So, there's our problem. There's our problem set. A lot of detail about a lot of customers and how the customer is actually being served. Okay, next slide, please. Let's think about how we're doing it now. And there was a great slide this morning showing the complexity of this quite early on, how each individual report is served from multiple different approaches and how actually combining those reports, getting a customer-centered view requires the combination of many different reports. We need to get away from that. So the way we're doing it at the moment, I mean, I know this is simplified, but bear with me. Fundamentally, we're taking from the customer management systems that utilities operate, the notification systems, the grid operation systems, the emergency operation systems. We're combining the data for all those to feed and spit out as specific reports. That's how it appears. So you get your annual electric reliability reports, you get any ad hoc reports to counties and cities, you get ESJ community impacts, your PSPS 10-day and annual reports. These are all specific reports with functionally running straight from the business systems as is. That's what it looks like. That's how it appears to us. So let's talk about what a customer-centered approach would do and how we go about it. Can we go to the next slide? We need to get away from just channeling straight from operational systems into a report. So how do we do that? We split the data collection elements from the reporting elements of this process. Just let that sink in for a second. We need to start collecting data in a systematic way that is not dependent on knowing what your end report is going to be. This, just for context and just to be aware, folks, this is the fundamentals of concept of data warehousing. Don't let what your end report and analysis looks like influence how you collect the data. You've got to collect the data that reflects your business process. You've got to be able to collect the data that, okay, let's rephrase this, let's look at it this way. How do you answer the questions you don't yet know you have? If you just go for a report and fulfilling a report, there's always going to be a question you come up with which you don't have the data for. So you need to develop a process and a method to actually get around that and understand and be able to answer all those questions that you will have that you haven't thought of yet. And the way we do this is by understanding the business process and how the business process has touch points with the customer, and let that run your data collection system. So you collect data where your business process touches the customer, and you create an event and you record that. Then subsequently you use your reports, you interrogate that information and use that to drive your reports. This way you're decoupling your business process analysis and your data collection from your ultimate reporting, and it gives you a huge amount of flexibility. Let's move to the next slide. So we recommended 3 principles for any data collection process, especially for this, given our requirements. At the center of any reporting requirement should be the customer. So you may have heard me ask a lot of questions about circuits. Circuits are very important artifact for the utilities and for people that understand utility systems and for people who operate utility systems. For customers, they're not so important. I don't know what circuit I'm on, and I've been working in this field for 15 years. So at the end of the day, adding things up to circuits doesn't really mean anything to the customer, and it doesn't give you any insight into the customer's actual experience. Different circuits can be operated in different ways. Different parts of circuits can have different outages. So we all understand that. Our second principle, and To allow a full understanding of the customer's experience, we need to collect and understand both planned and unplanned outages, and the data needs to be similar or identical. We need a similar set of data for both, and to be able to build up, to feed our aggregations, to feed our metrics. So we should be collecting planned and unplanned outage data in the same way. We should be recording the same information. Only then will you get a full picture of actually how the customer experiences this. And as I kind of dwelt on before, finally, from a practical perspective, you need to separate the recording of outage events from the aggregation and dissemination requirements. Okay, can we move to the next slide? I'm just going through each of these systematically. So here's our proposal. At the center, proposal. Business events which should be recorded so that you can accurately identify which events impact the customer. So not just the outage events, not just when they were de-energized and re-energized, but the decision process around the decision process of the utility should be recorded as well. So, for example, the decision to switch a circuit to an EPSS or to a fast trip setting from a non-fast trip setting. That's a decision that influences the outcome for a customer. We should record that and influence the customer's experience of the service. Within the PSPS context, for example, we should record notifications. We should record the decision to stand up an EOC. We should record the decision to de-energize. We should record the time of de-energization. We should record the time of notifications. Simply create a note, build out and understand your business process, and build the data set to actually reflect the business process. And do this at the customer level. Record everything against an individual customer's ID or an individual customer's location. That way, all of our metrics can be built up from the same information. You can build up to land use or to transformer, to circuit, to substation, and any geographies, any hierarchy. That would be the intention of what I'm proposing here. It simplifies and serves a lot of different potential uses, and it means we'd all be working from the same information. It would also substantially simplify the actual analysis that would be needed. Okay, let's move to the next, last one, the second one. All information should be identical. So, at the customer level, you need to record two things. The customer is at a point in time, your decision or your action is at a point in time, and your customer is at a point in space. We recommend that you record the customer against a physical asset like a meter or a transformer, so that you can really do cross-validation and cross-analysis of the information about outages against actual asset data. Against all the stuff we talked about earlier this morning around the QDR data, the spatial data that Energy Safety maintain, around maintenance data, maintenance tag data, you can cross-validate it if you know what asset the customer is associated with. This also helps with issues around privacy, because what you're recording here is an asset in space, not a customer's private details. And it also, if you're recording points and not lines, it makes analysis of location a lot simpler when it comes to geographies. The fundamental benefit of recording a point in time and a point in space is it will simplify updating processes, it will simplify the scalability of this, and I'll get into that later on, and it improves consistency between the information. Finally, this creates a fully auditable record. If we put a process in place that both utilities and commission and stakeholders agree with, then we create a fully auditable record of facts of how the utility is operated that we all have sight of through a transparent process. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Finally, and to make this successful, this is possibly one of the most important parts of it. We need to separate the recording of the outage events from the separation from the dissemination and aggregation. So And with that, there needs to be clear roles and responsibilities. Utilities expertise is understanding and managing their systems. You know, whether it's a customer management system, a notification system, or an grid operation system. They really understand those systems. There's very little benefit for analysts, for stakeholders, for the commission to get into the weeds as far as their systems are concerned. But we do need to understand what their events are and how they influence and how they affect the customers. Similarly, on the stakeholder side and the commission side, we have a better understanding of what our policy requirements are, what our constituents need. And so we should have the opportunity and have more control over how we aggregate. This is going to be this is a challenge to both sides. It will mean more aggregation of data and data handling on the commission side potentially, and to mean more trust. It means we'll have to develop a very trusted method for interacting and updating data between utilities and the commission. So, but you'll gain efficiencies because you're not going to have the complexity of trying to match and mismatch data fundamentally. We'll have an agreed set of facts, which become the customer event records, and then we'll be able to move on to understand really how that's affecting policy from the individual customer up to the full utility. And okay, let's move on to the next step, next slide. To show this can happen and how this actually works and the richness of this sort of data, I'm going to just give an example from the PSPS data that Cal Advocates has been collecting since 2020, 2021. So the data I'm going to be talking about now is customer event records for PSPS data down to the individual level with individual locations and specific times and space for all PSPS events from 2020 to 2023. We don't have the 2024 data yet, given the 2024 season has just finished, especially for SCE. You know, there is a latency to this data. So let's move on to the next section so I can give you an example of where we are and how you do this. At the heart of any of this, and to get this working correctly, you need to understand the business process and do some business process analysis. You need to understand how the business flows through and how information flows through the system and how the process of the utility touches with the customer. Here we have the typical standard business process for PSPS events. The EOC, Emergency Operations Center, stands up. You then get a series of notifications potentially to the customer, 48 to 72, 24 to 48, 1 to 4 hour notifications before de-energization. You get a de-energization event at the customer level. You get another notification subsequently. The weather event begins, the weather event ends. You'll have your lines walked by the lineman. All clear is given, then the lines are walked by the lineman. Then there's notifications and the system is stood up again. That's your basic process. At the heart of any of this is about understanding what the business process is for every part of the process of the information we want to collect. So here we have an understanding of how the customer experiences it with the notifications and with the de-energization. That's what the customer experiences. We supplement it with key business decisions made by the actual business themselves to allow us to really understand how effective the utility has been. Okay, let's move to the next slide. What does this do? So since between 2020 and 2023, we got a point and time location for every de-energization. I'm using SCE data here because I just wanted to simplify it and just focus on one set of data. This is not particularly intentional. It's a good set of data to use to illustrate the point. So here we have literally a map of every location that has been de-energized across SCE territory in the 4-year period. Useful, but not, nothing particularly surprising. Not much different from what the information presented earlier that the Commission already presents. Can I go to the next slide, please? But what we can do with individual customer information and individual locations is start to understand not just the average impact, not just the impact per circuit, but the actual impact to individual customers and the actual duration of impact. So here we have the most impacted 10% of customer locations between 2020 and 2023. These are the folks that were de-energized the most, somewhere between 700 and 500 hours across the whole of that time. This is, so just bear that in mind. That's a substantial amount of time. But what this does is really give you an idea of not just the average effect, but the effect at the extremes of the distribution, the most effective individuals. Question is, do we develop policy? How do we, now we know where we need to develop policy for the most effective individuals. Now we know where to monitor for the most effective individuals. Let's go to the next slide, please. We don't actually just need to know about the most impacted 10%, but here's the most impacted 10% for medical baseline and medically sensitive customers between 2020 and 2023. Now we can start cross-referencing with cities and counties and provide locational information to cities and counties of exactly who's going to need help for medical baseline, medically sensitive customers. We can go out, we could independently go out to those counties and see if they're getting the help. This allows us to assure ourselves that things are happening in the way we'd expect. So it gives us a great auditable record of how PSPS events are truly impacting those people most sensitive to the actual events themselves, and gives us a better communication tool generally for really understanding what can be done. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So I've talked about spatial distributions and spatial issues and doing some spatial analysis. Now let's just look at some non-spatial analysis. These are box plots. I hope everybody's familiar with box plots, and I hope that you can all see them. What we have, each one of these boxes represents the distribution of duration of event duration across every event in SCE's territory over that 4-year period. Just looking at the, one moment, I'm just trying to see if I can see this. Yeah. So just looking at the event, January 14th, 2021, the largest event in the center, the contrasted gray, dark gray, light gray, the line in the center of that is the median. So 50% of the population were de-energized for less than about 20 hours. 50% of the population were de-energized for more than 20 hours. If we have individual level data, we can do something more sophisticated than look at averages. We can start looking at the extremes of distribution, the people most affected, the top 25, but the worst 25%, the worst 10%, the worst 2% of any particular event. We can do this across time. We can do this within the event. So you're actually looking at the population and who's most affected as well as the average. Let's try and get away from averages. They are useful, but they don't tell you the whole story. That's the important thing here. That circle at 100 hours, that circle, that's an individual. That is the most affected person, the most affected customer across the whole of SCE territory by PSPS events. As you can see, in this particular instance, this particular event, they're out for 100 hours. Can we go to the next slide, please? Here's their history. If we have individual level data, we can take their history and actually plot it out on the timeline. We have 15 de-energizations across that period. Well, I'm sure all were necessary, but now we're getting a real feel for exactly how this person experienced this event. It can actually give us a better feel for how this person really experienced the event and how the actual process touched this person. So let's go to the next slide. Digging in further to 2 of those events over a 5-day period in October 2021. Now we can start looking at how they really, and start profiling and start breaking down our customers and trying to understand how the different groups are experiencing that. This individual had 2 events within 5 days. But when you look at actually the notifications for this person, you'll see that they got the 0 to 4 hour notifications both times, no 24-hour notification. They were energized, they were notified, they were de-energized, they were told that they were let know they were de-energized, Then they were told their power is going to be up at 11:30 on 10/11. Their power didn't actually come up until 2:30 the following day. Here's a question. Is that adequate? You can only really get to this level of detail and richness by actually collecting the time of the notification and the time of the re-energization. There's enough information here that we can actually start, we can start running PCAs, principal component analysis, things like that, and really start understanding and grouping and profiling and grouping our customers, understanding how different groups of customers are being impacted by the actual processes that we've implemented. Looking at the second event, this was classified as one event by SCE and reported as one event by SCE. This individual actually experienced it as two events, separated by 6.5 hours, 6.75 hour break. So they were notified in the first event, they were notified that their power was going to go down. It went down. They were de-energized. They were re-energized. They were then subsequently notified that they were re-energized after they were actually re-energized. But then their power went down 6.75 hours later with no notification. This is showing actual patterns of the process. We can analyze patterns of process. This gives us the ability to do this. But just to get, if you start recording individual business events, notifications, de-energizations, changes in the system against individual customers, you will get this richness of data that will allow us to actually feed our means, our aggregates, and do more sophisticated stuff around actually understanding who our customers are and how the customers are actually and how the behavior of the processes actually impact the customers. Let's move to this next slide, please. So, how do you implement this? Next slide. We have to develop a process, and key to that process are these three things here. We need to develop a more mature process. We need to develop trust. We need to recognize the value in the process. And fundamentally, we need to develop a process that is scalable, just from a practical perspective. Trust is going to be established by transparency and having a systemic way of actually developing and understanding how we're going to interact between utilities, commission, and stakeholders. Value is going to be demonstrated when we manage to satisfy all those requirements the stakeholders have identified, all the requirements the commission has identified, and all the requirements that the utilities have. Or utilities have discussed how they manage to KD and SAIDI and things like that. KD and SAIDI are excellent measures, excellent indices to the extent that they're useful to the utilities and to others. Great. We can use those as QA/QC processes by both calculating SAIDI and KD ourselves and comparing the results from more fundamental data. But we establish the value by satisfying the requirements of the stakeholders, the commission, and the utilities. Timeliness. This is about when do you record the data. Now, I would argue that you record information as soon as the event has occurred, or as soon as you can after the event has occurred. This would allow you to satisfy your 10-day reports and your annual reports from the same data set. I understand there's updating issues, but you develop a framework and a process for doing the update and disclosing what a transparent update looks like. Finally, scalability. You can't do all this as a big bang. There's two parts to this. You need to actually take bite-sized chunks and try and move things from the processes we have now to a process that is mediated by a customer-centered approach. So you do it in bite-sized chunks. You do one business process at a time. You analyze the business process, you move on from there. Let's go to the next slide. I've covered most of this. So let's just talk about what you need to develop trust again, just to reiterate. If the data reflects the customer's experience, and you can see that and it makes it usable, then that's going to develop trust. If we have clear QA/QC development, quality assurance, quality control development between the Commission and the utilities, that will develop trust if we have an improvement cycle. Statistical governance is essential for this sort of information. You know, you need clear roles and responsibilities. Who's responsible for getting the information out of the source systems? Who's responsible for doing aggregations? How do we do the QA/QC between the two? How do you improve timeliness? How do you, the use of provisional and final statistics? You know, we understand the 10-day reports are provisional and ultimately they may be updated, but clear publication schedules always help with this. By collecting fundamental process level information, you can also develop your accuracy and your confidence metrics to say how confident you are in a particular statistic. And all of this relies on education and developing education across teams. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Next slide, don't need this one. Thanks. Value, just to reiterate, the value is in supporting what the stakeholders said. The value is identifying what the utilities are doing and supporting that and what the Commission wants. The usability is about how we develop tools. Now I'm seeing some great dashboards being put out by SPD and SED. But the challenge will be to take those dashboards and run them from a customer-centered system, not from aggregations. That will be the challenge for the analysts within the Commission. The challenge for the analysts and developers within the utilities will be to accurately reflect the business processes within a customer-centered approach. Let's go to the last slide. Next slide. Finally, this is one up. Finally, scalability, just to reiterate. We've got to do this a bite size at a time. Pick a business process, pilot it, transition it over. Work out how your dashboard is going to run from it, work out how we're going to update to it. And then look at promoting timeliness, speed of response, speed of reflection of actually what the events are, things like that. Finally, we have to make this effective, we would have to commit to retiring the existing processes and switching to a new process. That would be the challenge. That's the only way you make it efficient. Let's go to the next steps, please. Okay. Okay, so here's the next steps as I see it, and I would propose to everybody. Undertake to put customer at the center of any reporting requirement. Record business decisions and actions at the customer level. Do business process workshops. Invite people along. Identify those key points where the utility is making decisions and where the customer is impacted, and make that business part of the business process transparent. Decouple the administrative processes, those business systems, from the reporting processes. Make two separate workflows fundamentally, so that so any changes in these workflows don't affect these workflows. You're breaking down your the chains of your workflows to make them more manageable. Develop quality reporting improvement and training cycles. That's, you know, these are stretch goals, but these are things that you need for a transition. Then transition to this system. Let's see what my last slide says. Okay, I've gone through that, so we're good. Let's go to my very final slide. Okay, so there's me. Just to finalize, just to kind of put all this in context. Some folks may or may not be aware with this. This is all I'm suggesting here is based on the fundamentals of data warehousing. It's not new. This stuff is literally 30, 40 years old. So, you know, it's well tried, it's well practiced. What we need to do is have the confidence to implement something like this. Okay. With all that said, I know it's a lot and appreciate your time. So any questions?
Thank you, Ian. We have one question in the chat from Sarah Kareem. Are there any utilities, not just in California, but in other states or countries that are implementing this kind of approach? And Sarah, if you'd like to clarify your question, feel free to unmute yourself as well.
Yeah,
I-
sorry, go ahead, Ian.
sorry, go on.
No, that pretty much covers it. I know, I don't know if this is something that already exists and could be studied, like you said, piloted here, or if this is a brand new approach.
I don't know as far as utilities are concerned, to be honest. In fact, I do know that, well, let's put it this way. I know that PG&E and I know the SCE have their own data warehouses for their own purposes. And they use them internally for their own purposes. So this sort of thing, whether it's structured like this, I don't know, but this sort of thing already exists. As I say, this sort of approach it's literally 40 years old. It's been developed in service industries since the late 80s, early 90s. I was implementing this sort of structure for the UK government in 2002. So it's tried and tested. The principles of recording business events and business decisions as facts within a data structure is very much a tried and true approach. There's been modifications on the technical side over the last 20 years on how you store that data or how you access that data, but that's not what we're talking about here. This is the logic of actually storing and understanding how the business actually operates and making it transparent and usable to analysts and stakeholders. And if anybody wants some background reading, I suggest Ralph Kimball, data warehousing toolkit. That that will give you the primer you need on this sort of thing. We can go from there, and happy to discuss it. This is one of those things I would nerd out about. So anyway, there we go.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Feel free to leave them in the chat. Oh, I see a hand up from Julian Ennis. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Julian, and feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, appreciate it, Richard. And Ian, thank you so much for the really fascinating presentation. I think it's very illustrative of sort of reporting structures, how there's a very, especially when it comes to, and when I talk about major event days later, there's sort of there's an interesting divide between, metric reporting for utilities and metric reporting for, customer experience. What I did want to ask about, though, and perhaps this is something you touched on and I missed within the presentation, is can you talk about, especially when you're reporting individual and potentially geographically coordinated events, can you talk a little bit about customer privacy in that context, and how you could sort of preserve customer privacy within a reporting structure like this?
Yeah, sure. So fundamental to that is I would argue there's a difference between the customer location and the actual customer. So the customer location, let's just, for the sake of argument, say the customer location is the location of the meter. So on one level, you could be reporting on the performance of an asset. You're reporting on the performance of a particular meter at a particular point in time, and that doesn't reference what the customer is, who the customer is, any of their private data. So at that level, there is no privacy issue because it's literally an asset you're talking about. If you want to cross-reference it with a customer's status, so for example, whether they're medical baseline, then you may start touching on a privacy issue but you still don't have to record the customer's address, the 6 fields that are actually controlled. Address, name, I think date of birth, whatever they are, I forget exactly what they all are. You don't need those to do this. So you can actually do a lot of this and you could do the customer as an individual ID. You can anonymize them, report them as a set of characteristics. So you don't necessarily need that to actually operate a system like this, I would argue.
No, that's a really good point. I appreciate that, because I'm trying to think about how this particular data reporting might run up against the Commission's 1515 rule about data aggregation as well. And I think it's consumer protection is ultimately, ultimately our goal, be it from rates, from breaches of privacy. So, I think we have a duty to sort of examine these issues in the context the context of this kind of data reporting.
So what I would also say for that is, the data you store is not necessarily the data you aggregate and report. You would have a layer of, if you're going to build a dashboard, you're going to have a layer of summary data that sits under that dashboard, which is not going to be your actual your record data. There's multiple layers to this. And you would have to control potentially, if you really had privacy, real privacy concerns, you would have to control access to that record. And that's part of setting up the security governance process for something like this. But the value of moving towards something like that, even if you have people with a limited number of individuals with access to that level of data, is going to be immense. I just don't see how you're going to get at things like multiple interruptions, or CME or C-lead calculations, or like individual customer experience without individual customer data, because you just don't know how those are going to pan out. You don't know what questions you're not going to. Can't foresee all the questions you're going to need to ask. That's the issue.
No, definitely appreciate it. Thank you for your answer.
No problem. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the audience? Again, feel free to raise your hand or leave it in the chat.
I have a general question, maybe for the utilities, if they're willing to respond. What's their view on this? Did they foresee any challenges with literally writing multiple rows of data for individual customers for multiple events per year? If we're thinking of writing out a row, a de-energization time, a re-energization time, anything, multiple decisions. Do they have a feel for or concerns about it? I'd say that if the utilities aren't saying anything, then they really agree with it and they love the idea.
Thanks, Ian. I think we'll move on to our next section now. Our next section will be about proposed enhancements to reliability and outage reporting. And first up in this series of presentations will be the counties of Marin, Napa, and Sonoma.
Thank you very much. I'm Megan Samaji. I'm outside counsel for the Joint Local Government Coalition, which in this proceeding currently comprises the counties of Marin, Napa, and Sonoma. But we as a group of local governments have been heavily involved in wildfire mitigation and de-energization issues since the commission started implementing SB 901. I want to thank all of the presenters from this morning for providing all of that really helpful information. And I want to express deep appreciation for Ian's presentation. The customer-centered lens through which data analysis and reporting can be done is something that we have been wanting and needing for years now. And one of the constant refrains from throughout the local government's advocacy in a number of venues on these issues is how is this actually working on the ground? Because we get all of these reports and the data compilations, and they are clean and they are tight and they are shiny and they have colorful graphs and they have averages, and none of the information contained in those reports is incorrect, but it doesn't tell anywhere close to the actual picture of how these programs are being implemented. And I think Ian's turn of phrase to help us understand how the behavior of the process actually impacts the customers is so critical. And that is something that we have to start doing. The commission has to start doing that because I can tell you categorically that the current systems that we have in place are not doing anything to address what is actually being experienced on a day-to-day basis, on an outage-to-outage basis in the communities. So with that preface, I'll turn to our slides. If we can advance to the first slide, please. So at a very high level, the local governments have a couple of categories of recommended improvements. A number of them fall into kind of near-term triage to just address some of the long-standing information and reporting and transparency struggles that local emergency management in particular is having around power outages. And then we also saw the value in sort of a longer term understanding and collection of data for how these outages are affecting different populations, essentially exactly what Ian was talking about, but our proposal is kind of closer to the 50,000 foot level. And if we can go to the next slide. So, and the underlying impetus for our recommendations in this proceeding, and historically, is that local governments, cities, counties, emergency management, first responders, city and county administration, critical facilities, these are the entities that are responsible for doing the actual on-the-ground work of keeping utility customers safe during these outages, right? That responsibility is 100% outsourced to the local governments. And this is a very high level list of all of the responsibilities and obligations that fall on local governments when the power goes out. And that doesn't matter if it's a, one city block or an entire county that's going out. The challenges that the local governments face within a particular outage event vary depending on time of year, size of outage. Is there a wildfire going on? Is it flooding? All of the, the concurrent emergencies and the other incidents that pop up. And I understand from looking through the slides that the city and county of San Francisco is going to be able to discuss some specific sort of communication and information sharing issues that have really complicated the city's response to outages. And for every single local government in the large utilities service territory has dozens of stories exactly like that, where there is a situation developing on the ground, there is no information, there is no communication, there's incorrect information, and also just having to administer and deal with the cumulative impacts of multiple outages. When you have circuits that are hit 20, 25, 30 times a year, that's not just an issue for the customers on that circuit. That is an issue for local emergency management, for local government administration. So the near-term information sharing reporting improvements that we recommended are critical to allowing local governments to do their job and keep the utilities customers safe. But the improvements will also hopefully give the commission and other stakeholders more insight into what's actually happening in terms of impacts to end use customers, and can form the basis for some mandatory improvements going forward. Next slide, please. So the first triage proposal, and we are throughout this really focusing heavily on PG&E's fast trip outage program because that is driving, I think, the largest number of outages, certainly in the joint local governments service areas, and it's a prominent wildfire mitigation program that you know, currently only has kind of one type of reporting associated with it, and it's not clear how that data is being used by anybody who is receiving the reports. So as an initial step, providing the monthly fast trip outage reports in the public safety partner web portals that were created for PSPS would be a huge improvement. Currently, you have to be on one of the two service lists that receive those reports or know where to look on the commission's website. And, you know, the local government folks who are responsible for event response and management, you know, it's hard to disseminate information. They don't have the time. They cannot sit there with that multi-tab spreadsheet and crunch the numbers themselves. It's, you know, we need at the very minimum to put that data right in front of them where it is easily accessible, because they currently do not have any kind of transparency into the extent of the outages in their communities, or, you know, what's the causes and all of that. So that's incredibly important. And those reports do contain a lot of information that is necessary for local governments to understand what is happening in their communities, who's being impacted, where are the trouble spots. So we need to get those reports into those public safety partner portals. Next slide, please. Also, in both the near-term triage and for longer-term improvement planning, it would be incredibly helpful to have an aggregated or an assembled list of the high impact circuits, because right now you have to kind of work your way through the fast trip outage spreadsheet yourself, and the value of putting the frequent impacts data in one place, it's really important because this, you know, this is not a sort of a benign little wildfire mitigation program. In 2024, 2.3 million PG&E customers, which was 917,000 unique customers, lost power from fast trip outages. In 2023, it was 1.97 million customers, or 727,000 unique customers. And in 2022, it was almost 2.1 million, or 770,000 unique customers. I mean, those numbers are as large as the biggest PSPS events that PG&E had back in 2019. So these are significant outages, but the data is being reported in such a decentralized format that it is, you know, you have to really go hunting for the total impacts to the service territory and to the community as well. And in terms of the high impact circuits, in 2024, 219 PG&E circuits had 5 or more fast trip outages. 65 circuits had over 10 or 10 or more, and 7 had over 20 outages, the highest being 33. So that averages out to almost 3 outages a month, but when you figure it's compressed into the, you know, the summer through winter months, that's, you know, you could be losing power weekly. It is a significant burden, and local governments need insight into where these high impact circuits are. The commission needs that. Other stakeholders need that information as well. And to the extent that the commission orders outage reporting more broadly for the other utilities, it will it will be important to make sure that frequent outage areas or frequent outage equipment is identified specifically, and there should be historical outage information for that equipment as well, so we can see if was it a bad year, is it a trend, how urgently does this need to be fixed. Next slide, please. It's also incredibly important for the utilities to provide their plans for reducing outages on these frequent flyer pieces of equipment. Currently the plans for system hardening are not reported in conjunction with, certainly not with the fast trip outage reports, and I don't believe that there's a coupling of that information with any of the other outage reports as well. But particularly from the community standpoint, when you have circuits and neighborhoods that are losing power over and over and over again, year after year, those customers, they want answers. The local governments need answers. They want answers as well. And, to effectuate the commission's end goal of reducing the increasing trend of, reliability problems, we do have to understand, what the plan is to fix these outages. It's also going to be important to note whether there are longer term sort of infrastructure projects planned, such as undergrounding. I think that's the usual sort of source of a potential overhead system hardening delay. But if there are long-term plans for problem circuits that are preventing a short-term solution, that needs to be understood, and discussions need to happen around, what is the actual timeline for the ultimate fix, and is it reasonable to leave these customers at the mercy of a circuit that goes out 10 plus times a year for the next 5 to 7 years until that piece of equipment gets undergrounded? Those conversations, the information needs to be provided, and those conversations have to take place. Next slide, please. And then finally, more broadly, and really under the umbrella of everything that Ian was talking about in his presentation, this data really does need to be used to understand how outages are impacting specific communities and specific populations. For PG&E's fast trip outages and for PSPS as well, we have decent insight into the number of medical baseline and life support customers who are impacted, but we don't have really any understanding of impacts to environmental and social justice communities, rural and hard to reach communities, and any other kinds of vulnerable populations for whom a single loss of power, loss of that refrigerator full of food, a day's worth of hourly work, the ability to go to school, receive your free school lunch. Sometimes a single outage is a significant hardship, and when you have multiple outages over the course of the year, and when you're in the height of de-energization or fast trip season, if you have multiple outages a month or even a week in some cases, those compounding losses create equity issues in and of themselves. That is something that we need visibility into. We need to be able to quantify, if not the losses, at least the outage related impacts and who is being de-energized to what extent. And once we have that insight, that needs to form the basis for system hardening plans and other mandates to change, the outage operations where necessary. I believe that is my last slide. So I'm happy to take any questions now, if there are any for me, or wait until the rest of my colleagues have presented.
Yes, we have a question from Melissa. So Melissa, if you like, feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Melissa Kasnitz with Center for Accessible Technology. We represent the interests of utility customers with disabilities, specifically medical issues. So I'd like to thank both Megan and Ian. I think that their proposals and presentations are extremely useful. And I'd like to supplement it with a thought that has been put on the table by my organization repeatedly over years. The folks I represent are at disproportionate risk when they lose access to power. They're the ones that the local governments are most likely to need to come to the assistance of. And there's very little data on their actual experiences and the actual risks and harms that they face each time the power goes out, as well as the cumulative harms that Megan mentioned when they have frequent outages and repeated outages. The utilities have worked very hard to increase their data and analytics about wildfire risks that go into informing their decisions about fast trip settings and power shutoffs, but they've not put the same amount of analytical work into understanding the customer experience. So I think these proposals would be very useful. And I think there also needs to be thought given to supplementing perhaps some of the quantitative data with qualitative data, or otherwise really working to explore the actual experience of someone who, for example, has their respirator default onto backup power multiple times in a month, and not just the financial costs that might create, but the impact of that experience of literally having their life put at risk repeatedly by system reliability failures, and that better understanding of the experience of the customers who experience these hardships the most should also inform the commission and stakeholders in the decision-making process. It's not really a question, but I see Megan nodding her head. So any thoughts that anyone has on that element would be appreciated. And I would just like to put that experiential information and the importance of it on the table as well.
Thank you for those comments, Melissa. We do also have an open discussion portion at the end of this section. So if anybody has any comments, feel free to announce it right now or leave in the comments. Or if you have any questions, feel free to do the same too. I do not see any questions, so we'll go ahead and move forward. Next presentation will be from the City and County of San Francisco on recommendations for enhanced outage responsiveness and reporting.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Richard. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeannie Mangone. I'm a regulatory specialist with the Power Enterprise at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, or SFPUC, which is a department of the City and County of San Francisco. I'll refer to this just as San Francisco or the city going forward. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you regarding our recommendations for enhanced outage responsiveness and reporting today. And it's been very informative to hear the other stakeholders' input so far. So thanks to all of you. In the city, we feel this is a very important topic, given existing challenges that are likely to be amplified by climate change, and particularly in light of our state and local policies of 100% electrification, as outage-related issues will otherwise likely continue to increase in the future if left unaddressed. And as Megan noted in the previous presentation, on behalf of the Joint Counties Cities and counties and their responsible departments who manage emergency response have additional responsibilities that require timely, accurate, and transparent information from the electric utilities. And so we'll mostly be focused on that perspective in our presentation today. Next slide, please. So just briefly, an overview of what I'll discuss in this presentation. I'll introduce the setting for San Francisco and the SFPUC electric system. We'll review the different types of outages that impact San Francisco, provide some specific examples of outages we've previously experienced here, and end with some recommendations that, if implemented, could enhance outage responsiveness and provide useful reporting to inform future commission and customer planning. Next slide, please. So I'll start with an overview of the setting and electric system in San Francisco. Next slide. So the primary climate change related impacts in San Francisco are similar to those in other coastal areas in California, which includes atmospheric rivers, high winds, flooding, and adapting areas for sea level rise. The city itself is not generally considered to be in a high wildfire threat area. However, the SFPUC does operate water and power facilities outside the city in areas that are within fire-threatened locations. San Francisco is within PG&E's service territory, and the city's electric distribution system includes a lot of aging infrastructure, particularly in neighborhoods on the west side of the city. This aging infrastructure and its effects on customer reliability were discussed at length during a San Francisco Board of Supervisors hearing last year with PG&E that was led by Supervisor Melgar in an effort to work with representatives from PG&E to address reliability issues in her district. Supervisor Melgar and several residents impacted by recurring and extended outages described their experiences and expressed concern for the residents impacted by these outages, particularly for seniors and vulnerable customers. As noted in the hearing, climate change impacts such as increasing high winds and storms may contribute to these effects, but outages in these areas have repeatedly happened and are continuing to occur even outside of weather events. Next slide, please. So the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, or SFPUC, we provide high quality, efficient, and reliable water, power, and sewer services within the city and county. We also provide wholesale water to 3 Bay Area counties and power to roughly 400,000 customer accounts within San Francisco. The power enterprise at SFPUC is San Francisco's clean energy utility, which now generates or procures 100% renewable electricity to all customers. Next slide. So within power, as we call it, we comprise 2 lines of business. We have Hetch Hetchy Power, which is the city's publicly owned utility that powers city municipal services like minibuses and light rail, hospitals, the city's redevelopment projects, and other facilities like schools, libraries, and affordable housing. And Clean Power SF is San Francisco's community choice aggregation program, which provides power to more than 380,000 residential and business customers in the city. Together, Hetch Hetchy Power and Clean Power SF provide more than 75% of the electricity consumed in San Francisco. However, electricity is distributed to SFPUC customers through PG&E's distribution system. Thus, SFPUC is also a customer of PG&E and relies on the IOU to deliver its power. I should also note that while my perspective is with the power enterprise at SFPUC, this presentation includes input and examples that speak to experiences from all different types of electric customers and other departments in the city. Next slide, please. Next, we'll turn to focus on outages that occur in San Francisco. Next slide. In San Francisco, like everywhere else, we experience planned outages that require advance notification, unplanned and storm-related outages, and we do also experience public safety power shutoffs for those SFPUC facilities located outside the city. Next slide, please. These power outages can result in a range of negative impacts for electric customers. Residents and businesses face lifestyle and economic disruptions, And some customers may experience extended interruptions to other services, such as water, in instances where power is required to pump the water to mid and high-rise units. No power can also mean no heating for many customers and no way to cook food. Critical and essential customers and access and functional needs populations experience the same issues, but they're also more prone to experience public health and safety impacts. Next slide, please. As a utility service provider, SFPUC understands that outages are sometimes unavoidable, and we know it can sometimes be challenging to provide restoration of power to all customers in a timely manner. We also want to acknowledge the staff at PG&E who work with us during outage events and the field crews who work to restore power for our customers. However, we have had some significant difficulties with PG&E's outage responses in past that have impacted all San Francisco customers. We'll focus on some examples related to outages involving critical, essential, and vulnerable customers because they can have community-wide effects that also impact public health and safety. In addition, we've noticed 3 primary themes that exacerbate outage-related effects on these customer groups, including improper notifications, inadequate communications, and insufficient information or the proper integration of information. The 3 examples that follow were each discussed at a Board of Supervisors hearing in May of 2023 that included representatives from PG&E, officials from several city departments, including SFPUC, and different affected members of the public. Next slide, please. So in this example, this first example demonstrates how improper notifications can lead to public health and safety impacts. In this instance, PG&E was conducting a pre-planned inspection of electrical facilities on the block near Department of Emergency Management's facility that houses its 911 center, as well as the city's main data center and emergency operations center. No notification was provided to DEM or to the SFPUC beforehand. During the inspection, it was determined that a rotting pole needed to be replaced, and because PG&E deemed this as emergency replacement work, no notice or prior coordination with DEM or SFPUC was provided. And in fact, 2 separate outages did occur to the DEM facility that day, causing a disruption in work when the center's backup emergency generator power was triggered without any prior notice. This caused a brief lapse in service and introduced considerable risk to the public and raised significant concerns about PG&E's internal processes to relay operational information to public safety departments in the city. Next slide, please. This second example highlights how inadequate communications create significant impacts for communities where critical facilities such as a hospital are involved. This instance occurred during the heavy storms that took place in March of 2023, which resulted in extended outages at multiple critical facilities, including SF General Hospital, which is the only level 1 trauma center in San Francisco, northern San Mateo County, and it also serves as the hub of the city's disaster response in an earthquake or major crisis. The outage at SF General lasted for over 15 hours with little to no effective communication from PG&E during that time regarding when power would be restored or why it was taking so long. In fact, there was no communication from PG&E to hospital officials at all from the onset of the outage at 11 p.m. until 9:30 a.m. the next morning. The hospital was able to continue essential services by using backup generator power. However, the outage impacted important medical equipment across the facility, ranging from X-ray, CT scanning, MRI machines, to elevators and bedside medication scanners, among other items. Meanwhile, power to non-critical neighboring areas around the hospital were being restored. This lack of communication by PG&E to DEM or SFPUC as the customer during this time left the city questioning why there was no effective communication and why PG&E was prioritizing restoration of utility power to other locations in the area above the hospital. Next slide, please. And in this final example, this example demonstrates how the insufficient integration of information reflected in the IOU systems can cause health and safety impacts for essential and vulnerable customers. This incident took place from April 26th to May 1st, 2023, where a PG&E underground vault exploded and caught fire downtown. resulting in an extended outage that impacted more than 10,000 customers, including the residents at the Gateway Towers. The Gateway Towers include 4 buildings of 22 to 25 stories each that house approximately 2,500 residents, of which 25 to 30% are seniors with medical and mobility needs. During this outage, many residents were trapped in their apartments with no elevator access. They suffered food spoilage, some lost access to necessary medical equipment, and for residents above the 7th floor, they also lost water and wastewater service since power is required to pump water to those higher floors. Management noted that they repeatedly received misinformation from PG&E during this time regarding expected restoration times, and that no meaningful assistance was provided for the residents during the outage, aside from PG&E providing 1 generator. The lack of accurate and timely communications by PG&E delayed the Gateways and Department of Emergency Management's response capacity and ability to effectively relay important information to residents. Building management procured and had approximately 10 additional generators installed at great expense and supplied bottled water and other assistance to residents during this time, paying over $400,000 out of pocket to ensure care of the impacted residents. During the 2023 Board of Supervisors hearing that I mentioned, former President Peskin brought this incident to attention, noting that while hundreds of customers in the Gateway Towers remained without power, PG&E's outage map showed that only a small number of customers did not have power restored, between 1 and 84 customers. PG&E verified that their data reflected a master account for the Gateway, which consolidated 1,254 sub-accounts and showed up as only 3 customers on the outage map, and classified this complex as industrial rather than residential. This speaks to the need to verify and integrate available information, as it can have real-world impacts on customers. Next slide, please. These examples demonstrate only some of the circumstances where outage impact critical, essential, and vulnerable customers. We know there are many, many other examples where outages have impacted individuals and business customers across the state. And that being true, based on our experience as both a provider of power and customer of PG&E, SFPUC would like to provide some recommendations for improving outage responsiveness and reporting statewide. These could generally be applied for all customers, with some focused requirements for critical and essential customers and for access and functional needs customers. Next slide, please. Our first recommendation is to improve the notification process to allow for as much customer planning and coordination to occur for both planned and unplanned outages as possible. For planned outages, timely notification should be provided to all customers. In general, more time is better, and for customers who also are critical service providers like SFPUC, which has its own notification processes to implement, additional notice from the IOU is necessary to provide our customers with proper notice. Proper notification also requires providing the information to the correct address or email to an appropriate contact who's responsible for utilizing the information. On some occasions, we have heard that copies have been mailed to SFPUC to provide notice, though the documents were mailed to incorrect addresses and that notification was not received in a timely manner. When planning outages, the utility should also take into account the goal of minimizing service disruptions to the most customers whenever possible. For example, by planning work at a public facility such as a school during off hours or during a less busy period to minimize impacts. Once an outage has been planned and the customer has been notified and begins making arrangements, the IOU should make all reasonable efforts to implement the outage as planned and should not cancel or reschedule the work in such a way that would result in wasted efforts or resources by the customer. For critical, essential, and vulnerable customers, this should be required to the greatest extent feasible. Similarly, providing as much notice as possible for unplanned outages is of paramount importance for critical, essential, and access and functional needs populations, where even a small amount of time can make a difference. In the first example that involved the 911 dispatch center outages, even 10 minutes of advance notice would have allowed some simple planning efforts to take place. Likewise, where an inspection is planned that may result in an outage, prior notification should be provided to critical and essential and vulnerable customers beforehand. Ensuring proper prior notification for unplanned outages and providing notice that occurs as contemporaneously as possible for unplanned outages will help minimize service disruptions and provide an improved customer experience. For critical and essential customers and vulnerable populations, this will also help to limit impacts for customers who may be disproportionately impacted by outages. Next slide, please. Our second recommendation is to ensure that the IOUs provide effective communications to customers and to a direct and up-to-date contact person for city departments like the Department of Emergency Management that manage and mitigate overall impacts during outage events when critical, essential, and vulnerable customers are involved. Effective communication means that the communication is timely, accurate, and transparent to allow for informed, actionable, and agile decision-making. Our emergency management partners have expressed that they would greatly benefit from having clear and candid information as soon as possible to allow for coordination with PG&E and help prioritize restoration efforts, especially when operational resources are limited. The example involving the outage that impacted San Francisco General Hospital demonstrates that the more structured communications and actionable follow-up information that customers can rely on to make important informed decisions during outage events is necessary. Customer updates should follow an established process so customers have an expectation of when they might receive updates and can plan accordingly. We recommend the updates be provided whenever a situation changes an expected outcome or when more relevant information becomes known, and otherwise regular updates should be provided at expected intervals such as approximately every 2 to 4 hours during business hours and more frequently for critical and essential customers. Do we lose a presentation?
I'm sorry, for some reason it shut down on its own. Let me work very quickly to get it pulled back up.
Okay, no problem. I can keep talking. I guess I can talk for a long time. So in the meantime, I can continue and then we can pick up at the next slide when it's available. So regarding effective communication, a couple of additional points on that. Outreach protocols that follow a designated plan to provide actionable information should be implemented by the utilities. Consistent notification timing and proper coordination should be required for planned outages. And for unplanned outages, accurate, timely, and transparent information on any preliminarily identified cause of the outage and the steps being taken to restore service should be provided, as well as frequent updates on the estimated time of restoration, provided in line with an established process. Yep, I think
back up.
that's
I
where we are.
really apologize for that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Let's see, we were talking about planned outages and unplanned outages, right? So we're just saying that there should be an established process, and this is vital for critical and essential customers that depend on frequent updates to inform key decisions that can impact entire communities. Accordingly, critical customers and public safety partners should receive precise outage location information, such as full service point and or full meter ID to allow them to prepare a proper response. Currently, we don't always get that sort of ID, and we have to go and track down where the location is, which takes time and resources. And while some customers, such as the city's critical facilities like hospitals and the DEM Center, will require specific protocols for communication to avoid disruption to essential services for public safety, other customers, such as access and functional needs populations, may require a different set of transparency protocols to meet their anticipated needs. These protocols and the type of assistance provided should be tailored according to customer class and distinct designation, and refined as additional data becomes available to inform future requirements. And next slide, please. And our third recommendation is for the electric utilities to provide more actionable reporting that will serve as a foundation for effectively measuring and responding to outages. One aspect of this is for the utilities to provide required reliability reporting data at more granular levels, as I think Ian had mentioned, that we commented on previously, such as by city or by zip code for each district or division. For San Francisco, because reliability information is currently provided for the entire city, we really need the information by zip code or some smaller section in order to understand the patterns of outages and the circuit reliability within these different areas in the city. In addition, the IOUs must verify and maintain accurate, reliable data on vulnerable populations and critical and essential customers and public safety partners, and incorporate this information into their regular operational planning and their outage response processes to improve customer communications and inform their prioritizations and responses during outages. This will require collaboration and coordination with local governments and partner organizations with access and knowledge of community data customers in their area. And the city welcomes the opportunity to collaborate and coordinate with the Commission and the IOUs to verify critical and essential customers and assist in identifying vulnerable customers to help tailor outage management and communication plans accordingly. Another key reporting mechanism is to require post-outage summary reports be submitted by the IOUs, providing timely reporting of, at minimum, the number of outages for different customer classes, including critical and essential customer designations in a given area during a set time period, and the average time required for restoration for that area and time period, and the cause of the outage, as well as actions taken to resolve the outage. These reports could be provided by district or division or by zip code for more informative reporting. For critical customers and public safety partners, a more detailed separate report for each event that includes the same general post-outage information, as well as the preliminary identified cause and the determined actual cause of the outage, and any information regarding whether any other reporting requirements were triggered by the event should be provided to the Commission and the critical or essential customer to help inform future processes. Next slide, please. In addition to the post-outage summary report information where impacts such as property damage or unresolved issues from an outage remain following initial restoration of service, it would be useful for the IOUs to provide detailed information about what follow-up procedures were taken, including any notes or records of the communications and steps taken to address those impacts for local governments and public safety partners who can review and utilize that information for future discussion and planning purposes. The Commission should have a record of these types of incidents and how they were resolved to ensure greater accountability. And finally, in addition to the information provided on the IOU's website regarding compensation for property loss, food loss, and other damages, the IOUs should provide direct and targeted outreach to customers that were known to or expected to have been impacted by frequent or extended outages or where other damages may warrant compensation. Next slide. Thank you. And finally, I believe it will also be discussed in more detail in some of the following presentations, but our fourth recommendation is to review the current threshold for what is considered a reasonable amount of time for restoring power for different customer types and revising it to account for different impacts that may result to various groups. More specifically, as the city noted in its comments to the specific questions proposed in the last set of comments, the threshold for a reasonable amount of time to restore power may differ for a standard residential customer and a critical customer who relies on life-sustaining equipment, an essential customer that provides essential public services, or access and functional needs customers who may require additional assistance during outages. And next slide, please. So lastly, I just wanted to reiterate the impacts to customers is really at the heart of this discussion. And we feel that more coordination and timely, accurate, transparent communication between the utilities and local governments and public safety partners is essential to improving system reliability and the overall customer experience. And thank you to the CPUC for inviting us to share our experiences and recommendations with you today, and to all the other presenters who provided their perspectives. We hope our input provides useful insight that can inform future requirements to help enhance outage responsiveness and actionable reporting for future Commission, utility, and customer planning. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeannie. And again, I apologize for that little hiccup, but
No worries.
I'd like to open up the floor for any questions that anybody may have. I do not see any questions at this moment, so I guess we'll go forward. And next, with recommendations to improve outage reporting, is the Real County Representatives California with Lee Kemrick and John Kennedy.
Thank you. My name is Lee Kemrick, and I am a policy advocate here at RCRC. And I think we can skip to the next slide. So RCRC is an association of 40 rural California counties, and we're governed by a board of directors comprised of one county supervisor from each of our member counties. We have a total of 5.7 million residents, and we comprise approximately 2/3, a little over 60% of the state's landmass. And the geography of our member counties range from forested and mountainous landscapes to coastal areas, desert regions, farmlands, and vineyards. And our counties also see millions of tourists per year. And I bring that up because Megan and Jeannie gave some great examples of the role of local governments. And I just wanted to mention that when you get a surge of visitors, it definitely can add a layer of complexity for emergency preparedness, management, and response when severe storms, extreme weather, or natural disasters can strike. Next slide. I won't spend too much time on the challenges because I simply just want to echo much of what we've heard by all of the prior presenters. But I think I will just emphasize a general pessimism about current outage reporting, and that it just leaves a lot to be desired in terms of utilities making future improvements because we really haven't connected what's going to happen next. And I think as some of these programs for, these planned and unplanned outages have come along, as long as large-scale blackouts have been avoided, some state leaders just appear more resigned that these more discrete outages are less problematic. And I think that's been very distressing for those of us on the ground. And we would agree that if reliability issues are left unaddressed, it will really negatively impact, I think, the state's broader clean energy goals and decarbonization efforts, as well as the integrity of all of these ratepayer investments that we're seeing. Next slide. Again, I don't want to be too repetitive, but the effects of the various utility fast trip programs are not the same. And our 40 counties are not just located in PG&E service territory, but we don't have regular access or regular reporting from Southern California Edison, Liberty, or Pacific Core to really compare and contrast how different communities are impacted, or if there have been disproportional impacts on certain vulnerable communities, geographies, or types of customers affected, like medical baseline and care. So I think we would really like to see more uniform data collected and reported in more regular intervals across utilities that utilize the same type of programs. Next slide. And then I just want to say, when it comes to PG&E's EPSS reports, we generally know the what of it, what occurred, if it was a vegetation contact that caused the outage. But what we're really lacking is the now what, if maintenance will be prioritized on the worst performing circuits, or if covered conductor or undergrounding plans for some of those affected circuits will alleviate future outages. And if so, when will that work occur? I think what we really want to get 2 is the root of the problem and address prevention going forward. Next slide. Enhanced outage reporting should incorporate utility response actions and planned reliability improvements. Some items that come into contact with the line, like a Mylar balloon or a vehicle accident, is well outside of the utility's control and can't really be prevented, and that's fair. But in instances where, animals, vegetation, or other maintenance issues because of the aging asset can routinely impact reliability, I think we want to see what the identifiable solution is. And for customers and communities, more insight is needed on both the near, medium, and long-term solutions. There are a lot of data silos that make it hard for communities to understand, let alone make investment decisions with their limited resources. And on some circuits or lines, the answer may be no. No undergrounding will not occur on that line. And that would still be useful to know. If there isn't system hardening for near or medium term, customers need to be able to make informed decisions on their backup power needs. Some may have a greater sense of urgency because of their medical conditions, while some may choose to wait it out if they know that covered conductor or undergrounding will solve for their problems. And some, depending on what's coming, may never be able to afford the right backup power that they need. And to the extent that programs come into play or other resources, it would be nice to be able to direct that funding where it is most needed. And communities too need to be able to target their resources. They may need a microgrid, or they may need to open additional cooling centers, and they need to know where to do that. Next slide. As the previous panels have showed, reporting occurs across multiple avenues, and I think there's little currently available that would really connect the dots for the public. Another challenge is just the non-standardized terminology. Again, I think we tend to call these fast trip, but each utility has their own program, PG&E with EPSS, Southern California Edison with FastCurve. But even the CPUC's website has been renamed to protective equipment and device settings. And this just further can obscure how the public and stakeholders acquire information or even ask the right questions. Next slide. And then PSPS is a tool that utilities can use as a last resort until their system gets hardened. It was also intended to reduce over time, but by all indications, fast trip or heads appear to be a more permanent feature and will likely be present even on lines that have been hardened for safety. But unlike PSPS, there doesn't appear to be any consideration for how a utility reasonably executes this program. And while we appreciate the safety benefits that both of these programs can have to prevent catastrophic wildfire ignitions, we also have to ensure that these substantial investments have reliability benefits to the ratepayer. Reliability performance metrics on lines with covered conductor will probably look different than one that has bare wires. And we need to figure out what that is. Not all outages come with advanced warning. Customers need information that would allow them to be prepared, and local agencies need to be informed because we're, again, expected to respond to these extended disruptions, excuse me. And then lastly, we want to be able to filter information up to the CPUC as well. And once there's better opportunity for public scrutiny. Stakeholders can help elevate issues and drive greater accountability. There's really not an open venue to do that yet, but we really don't want some of the miscommunications that Megan and Jeannie did a fantastic job outlining. We don't want those issues to languish, essentially. So we do want to drive more accountability. Next slide. And I think we're available for questions.
So before we get any questions come in, I just wanted to compliment a couple of the things that Megan said in a previous discussion. We've seen a real increase in the number of outages that those high frequency circuits have experienced in a given year. As she mentioned, 33 outages on one circuit, but quite a few circuits now with 20 or more outages this last year. That used to be the outlier in previous years. And some of those circuits we're seeing more and more experience 7 or more outages in a given calendar month or in a given 30-day period. So imagine, every second or third day, your power going out for a couple hours to all day. That's dislocating. And so to the extent the administration and the PUC are really interested in electrification of the residential and commercial sectors, I think we really need to get a better handle on how many outages are happening and what's being done to mitigate the frequency of those outages in the future. Because it's not a situation where people can regularly go without electricity for water, for cooking, for any number of other things. So I think we're very interested in this from kind of a problem-solving perspective. We get the risk reduction benefits associated with fast trip outages. None of us want wildfires. But at the same time, we've got to do better than a 2% year-over-year reduction in the number of outages. And we did have, as Lee and Megan said, a lot more certainty that, this circuit is on the agenda for deployment of covered conductors, or this circuit was on the agenda for the undergrounding program, or other types of improvements. PG&E did provide some helpful information about the top 5 circuits to OEIS, but we've been asking, like Megan suggested, for that information on all of the high frequency circuits, not just the top 5. So I think it's a step in the right direction, but we need that narrative to show what's going to get better. And
Thank you, John. So if anybody has questions to ask Cal advocates or City and County of San Francisco, counties of Marin, Napa, and Sonoma, or rural county representatives of California, please feel free to leave a comment in the chat or unmute yourself. At the same time, we also have some open discussion rules that we'd like to pose to the audience. So I'll go ahead and just read it one by one right now. So first of all, what customer or meter level reporting from the IUs will benefit customers? Secondly, what outage incident level reporting from the IUs will benefit customers? And third, how can customer level data help the CPUC in reporting shortfalls around repetitive outages? And if you'd like to respond to any of the open discussion questions, again, feel free to leave a comment in the chat or unmute yourself.
I think on that last question about shortfalls around repetitive outages, again, I think that there are a lot of investments being made in the hardening space, and it would be helpful just to see where those are going first. Again, like what other prioritization is being used for those investments. So again, I think if we can kind of layer information on the outages because again, you know, they're being tripped because they're either bare or there's just a lot of weather or other causes for those outages. I think it makes sense to kind of find out, you know, if it's a near-term issue, a medium-term issue, or a long-term issue to solve.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Lee. I think from a practical standpoint, if we're looking at, you know, improving the useful information that customers have, because I do agree with Ian's observation that as a general proposition, it's not really helpful to customers to just know which circuits are losing power. The customers who are on those frequent outage circuits absolutely learn the name of the circuit they are on, but you know, in order to satisfy the fundamental ask that, you know, certainly when local governments receive emails and phone calls from impacted residents saying my power's gone out for the umpteenth time this year, we're not getting any useful information out of the utility. Do you know anything? What are you doing? Because ultimately people want their power to stay on. And so we have to have the linking of the outage information to the plan for that specific circuit or that specific piece of equipment. And if it happens to be on a long timeline, because it's not going to be undergrounded for 5-7 years, then we need information about what are we going to do in the interim to address that. Then I would say longer term, again, I cannot endorse strongly enough the framework for re-envisioning and repackaging the way we collect, aggregate, report, analyze the data that that Cal Advocates presented. That is the first solution I have seen in all of the years of reporting. That, and I mean, you know, the thousands of reports on the various types of outages that, and events that we have all gotten over the years. That is the first solution I have ever seen that actually gets at what does this outage pattern mean for the end use customers. And we can't truly address the customer's needs or address the reliability problems until we understand what is actually happening on the ground. And currently we do not have that.
If I could build off on what Megan just said there. So coming from a Cal Advocates, you know, we obviously have a slightly different perspective. We're not in the trenches per se as the counties and the cities are running the app, actually operating with the customers. But our concern is ensuring cost effectiveness of the actual deployment of solutions at the end of the day. It's the general rate cases, and are we getting cost effective solutions? So we want to see where the outages are specifically so we can understand how customers are segmented by their experience, so we can understand how the utilities are budgeting and proposing their budgets to do different programs within general rate cases, and understand whether that is reasonable, and ultimately whether they actually deploy what they said they were going to do in the general rate case, whether they do what they said they were going to do. So that's where we're coming from. You know, we have a higher level, you know, a broader view, but we can get down to the detail. We're looking at cost effectiveness. We're looking at, is it the right sort of program? Are we getting the right bang for the buck? That's because that's fundamentally our mission. And so just to do that, we need to understand where the risk is. We need to understand which, and that can be identified by which customer fundamentally is being de-energized and what duration they're experiencing and what multiple durations look like. All these are like ways to segment and understand what's happening that we just can't do at the moment. The data doesn't allow you to do it. But if you switch to a more customer-centered approach, it does. And I know I sound evangelical about this, but I've seen this sort of thing work in a different context, but it's still customer-centered programs. I've seen this sort of thing work.
Thank you, Ian. Would anybody else like to chime in on any of the open discussion points, or are there any comments or questions for our presenters? I don't see anything at this time, so I guess with that, we will head into our afternoon break, and we will return at 3:15. So thank you, everybody, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, so the clock is now 3:15 and we will be returning from break. In our next segment, we'll be providing an overview of reliability performance thresholds. And starting off with this next segment will be Julian Ennis again.
Great. Thanks, Richard. And hi, everybody again. Hope you missed me while I was away. But anyway, so I'm going to be presenting, starting the section on reliability thresholds. Again, I'm Julian Ennis. I'm a utilities engineer with the energy division at CPUC. So next slide. So I'm going to just sort of provide a brief overview, and then we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about major event days as promised. So just, as a note, reliability metrics, especially the SAIDI, SAIFI, CAIDI, MAIFI metrics, are all sort of reflections of past system performance, and they tend to measure unplanned events that, obviously being that they're unplanned are sort of beyond a utility's control. And thus it's generally argued against to use them as strict performance thresholds. Sort of within these metrics, though, there is the concept of a major event day, and that's particularly it's a threshold that separates kind of your regular everyday outage events, if you will, from larger, more disruptive events. Within the decision, the D1601-008 annual reliability reports that I talked about earlier. The utilities are required to report on these metrics sort of with and without major event days, so we can sort of better understand the distinction on sort of a territory and division-wide level. Also, additionally, and I'll touch on this a little bit later, is that in the IEEE 1366 standard, there was some discussion about a catastrophic event day threshold that was not ultimately adopted, but that is something that I would like to, that I will be touching on a little bit later within this presentation. So next slide, please. So what is a major event day? As I said, the reliability indices are reported both with and without major event days. Basically, the major event day is defined as a day with a daily system average interruption duration index that exceeds a statistical threshold based on the previous 5 years of data. So just, as a note, these are really high impact, low frequency events. And additionally, to add, this is a statistical definition, which means that the definition of the major event day doesn't actually account for causality because it's a purely statistical measure. So you can think of anything, earthquakes, storms, PSPS events are only considered major event days insofar as the event's daily system average interruption duration index score exceeds the threshold for major event days. Next slide. So let's dive a little bit more into the math. Being that I'm an engineer, I do sort of enjoy this stuff, and it gives sort of a broader insight as to what exactly we're talking about here. So as I said, a major event day is any day that exceeds the daily SAIDI threshold, that exceeds the statistically defined threshold based on the previous 5 years of SAIDI values. The threshold value for major event days is defined in IEEE 1366 using the 2.5 beta method as shown before. So basically, outage durations and SAIDI scores tend to fall on what's called a log normal curve. So it looks like your traditional bell curve, but it has a really long tail. And that's sort of what you're looking at. So the use of log normal of a log average and log standard deviation is appropriate here, and hence that's why you see the formulas written above. Basically, what it's saying is that any outage that falls above 2.5 standard deviations, 2.5 log standard deviations of the previous 5 years of daily SAIDI values is considered a major event day. What does this mean practically? It basically means that a major event day, if an outage day is defined as a major event day, it falls within the worst 0.63% of events as ranked by this duration of value. And just as a note, that multi-day events are ascribed to the day on which the event started. Next slide, please. So having said that, what does this major event day threshold look like? So just this particular graph was obtained through data request within the risk-based decision-making framework proceeding by Safety Policy Division. Very specific shout out and big thanks to Henry Sweat and Tyler Dunaway for the help in acquiring this data and allowing me to use it. Basically, this is showing that PG&E's MED threshold throughout the years has sort of grown over time. I mean, I think that's probably a relatively, a relatively obvious conclusion, considering we're seeing a lot more frequent and a lot more sort of longer duration outages everywhere in the state. But this sort of shows it in a very clear way. So the one thing I will note, though, is that the MED threshold is set territory wide by data on all outages within the territory within those past 5 years. And to note that PG&E currently serves around 5.5 million customer accounts. So just as an example, in 2019, you can see that the MED threshold is about 2. So that means an outage would have to clear 11 million customer minutes of interruption, or basically number of customers multiplied by how many minutes each customer was out, in order for it to be considered a major event. So that's already a pretty high threshold. But as you can see, it also has grown up to 5, 6.5 as well, which means that this threshold we're really talking about this threshold having like really, a really high bar in terms of what outages constitute a major event day. Next slide, please. So to talk about it a little bit more, and as promised earlier, the IEEE 1366 standard also included a discussion on what are called catastrophic event days. The Distribution Reliability Working Group, who oversees the upkeep and the updating of the IEEE 1366 standard, did a lot of work to try and figure out if they could separate out catastrophic events from major events, because the problem is these really long outages can actually skew the major event day threshold higher, which means that that longer outages are being included within the data for what the utility would consider everyday reliability. So the concern, again, and like I said, it's just that threshold sort of rising like that just means that a lot more outages get included in that concern, and as we know, that kind of data is sort of integral to sort of utility planning and sort of figuring out how to build out the system that way. That being said, though, within the standard, there was no consensus as to how the threshold should be determined. They went through a few iterations, including trying to use box and whiskers plots. There was a proposal put forward that in that 4.15 beta and above, or 4.15 log standard deviations above that log average, could be set as the catastrophic event day threshold. However, they said effectively the identification and processing of catastrophic events for reliability purposes should be determined on an individual company basis by regulators and utilities, since no objective method has been devised that can be applied universally to achieve acceptable results. And you can look up the DRWG Catastrophic Task Force to examine the issue and see presentations on the proposals that they did. It's endlessly fascinating stuff, which unfortunately didn't lead to a conclusion within the standard, but it raises a very interesting point as to sort of what this MED threshold really sort of represents overall within the process of reliability tracking. So next slide. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Oh, we have a question from Ian Fisher. Ian, go ahead and unmute and ask your question to Julian.
Sure, thanks, Julian. That's actually really interesting. Within the context of the IEEE standards and the thresholds, etc., did anybody consider using any sort of segmentation statistics like PCA or anything that uses multivariate analysis, so that the actual groupings emerge from the data rather than trying to impose a parametric curve to the system?
That's a really good question that I don't know the answer to. If you want to contact me separately, I can get you in touch with someone who's on the DRWG who would probably be able to answer your question better than I ever could.
Okay, that would be appreciated, because it maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It strikes me they're missing something there. If not, but that's just a statistician in me nerding out. So we'll see.
No, that's the kind of question we want to make sure we're asking, especially because of how they're sort of talking about catastrophic events and how, between us and the utilities, it's something that we might need to figure out at some point. So appreciate the question, and feel free to reach out to me offline.
Thank you.
Oh, Richard, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. I was mentioning, if anybody else has questions, again, feel free to leave it in chat or just come on mute and ask your question. At this time, I don't see any, so we'll move on to the next section. And next up is reliability, performance, and benchmark during emergencies and disasters with my colleague, Ria Jaya. So Ria, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you all for attending this workshop. As Richard mentioned, my name is Maria Jaya. I'm from the Safety Policy Division, Security Resilience Branch. Sorry, my voice is cutting out here. My portion of the presentation in this workshop will focus on reliability, performance, and benchmark during emergencies and disasters, which is part of the existing CPUC General Order 166. This general order is about standards for operation, reliability, and safety during emergencies and disasters. For this portion of the presentation, we will walk through what is in GO 166, what is the connection between GO 166 and reliability, what are some definitions used in this general order, what are some challenges and examples we've observed, and lastly, what are some of the key takeaways to consider as we navigate through this proceeding from GO 166 perspective. Next slide. Okay, so today let's begin by diving into the CPUC General Order 166. This general order focuses on ensuring that utilities in California are well prepared for emergencies and capable of responding effectively when emergencies or disasters strike. General Order 166 lays out detailed requirements for utilities to develop and implement emergency plans, ensuring public safety during emergency and disaster events like wildfires, earthquakes, or major power outages are addressed. It emphasizes key areas like emergency preparedness and response plans, where utilities must develop, maintain, and periodically update these emergency responses plans to ensure readiness and can prioritize resources effectively in emergency or disaster. It also covers areas like communication plans for ensuring clear communication between utilities, regulatory agencies, and the public during an emergency. Utilities are required to keep customers informed with timely updates as part of the communication plans. Next key areas are restoration of services, where utilities are required to have a detailed plan for quickly restoring services, for example, by setting priorities for service restoration, having regular updates about status of service restoration, and conducting post-emergency reviews. Simply put, the CPUC General Order 166 focuses on ensuring that utilities in California are well prepared for emergencies and capable of responding effectively when disasters strike, and is intended to mitigate risk, minimize service disruption, and help improve recovery efforts for utilities when disasters strike. Next slide, please. This general order sets 14 standards that utilities are required to follow to ensure effective emergency preparedness and response. These standards provide a comprehensive approach to risk management and emergency operations and encompass key areas mentioned in the previous slide. One of the standard 12, establishes a performance benchmark for service restoration during emergencies or disasters. And this standard specifies the expected timeline for restoring utility services, particularly after significant disruptions caused by natural disasters or other emergencies. Some aspects of Standard 12 include timely restoration. It establishes performance benchmark for how quickly utilities should restore services, ensuring that utilities work efficiently to reduce service outages and disruptions. In terms of service reliability, it ensures that utilities remain accountable for their role in service reliability and must have the appropriate plans, processes, and resources in place to meet these restoration goals. Another aspect is about performance reporting that helps the CPUC and the public to understand how well utilities are responding in times of crisis by tracking and reporting their performance in meeting these restoration benchmarks. In summary, Standard 12 underlines the importance of quickly restoring essential services and outlines clear expectations for utilities to minimize services interruptions, which is crucial for public safety and well-being during emergencies. Next slide. So, a key performance metric about benchmark for utility service restoration under this general order is CAIDI, or known as Customer Average Interruption Duration Index. CAIDI measures the average time it takes to restore service to customer who experience an outage, making it one of the critical indicators of how effectively a utility responds to disruptions. Under GO 166, CAIDI plays an important role in setting performance benchmark for utilities during emergencies. By tracking CAIDI scores, CPUC and utilities can gauge effectiveness of restoration efforts and identify areas for improvements. Pursuant to Public Utilities Code 364C and the Commission policy, Standard 12 of GO 166 specifically outlines restoration performance benchmark following its definition of a major outage. And this CAIDI helps quantify these goals by providing a clear measure of time to restoration. Simply put, a lower CAIDI means faster recovery. Utilities are required to continuously monitor their ability to restore services promptly, and CAIDI is one of the tools that helps monitor this progress. Next slide, please. My colleagues previously mentioned a term, major event days, or MEDs, which may sound alike with the major outage and measured events in GO 166, but just to reiterate, MEDs are very distinct from the definitions we're using at the GO 166, even though they may have similar impact by weather events such as winter storm. So the term measured event in GO 166, it refers to a service outage during a disaster or emergency event following conditions outlined in the slide. That is recorded and tracked for further analysis. The analysis is intended to help CPUC and the utilities assess responses for restoration efforts and identify key areas for improvement on future incidents. The conditions outlined in this slide include the term major outage, which is non-earthquake weather-related causes, which for IOUs happens when 10% of their customers experience a long-lasting, not just quick flicker or momentary outage all at once. The measured event also starts at 12 a.m. on the day when more than 1% of the utility's customers experience a long-lasting power outage at the same time, And the event ends when 4 2 full days in a row, less than 1% of customers are still experiencing outages. And the event officially ends at 11:59 p.m. on the second day. In other words, there is specific beginning and ending for these outages. Next slide, please. Okay. As my colleague Brittany previously mentioned, one of the challenges we observe is on timing for the reporting and data on major outage. We know an outage meeting the General Order 166 definition occurred in February 2024, affecting PG&E customers. This outage is expected to be part of the GO 166 annual report submission by April 30th of 2025, which is 14 months after the event. Another challenge we faced was to ensure relevant data on outages due to winter storms is complete, including all relevant factors such as location to portray trends for reliability clearly. There were a few other storms around February 2024 with sizable outages that we would like to get some sort of reporting on. And to do so, our Safety Policy Division submitted an ad hoc request covering this period. And additionally, our division have also made similarly tailored requests to collect these outage data from prior years as well. Next slide, please. So some of the key takeaways, we need additional reporting threshold for data to monitor reliability at different stages between normal when no outages occurred to major outage and emergency and disaster events. And we're considering modifying this aspect of GO 166. As mentioned in the previous slide, understanding the series of winter storm around February and how it impacts critical infrastructures and the community will help with monitoring trends for reliability. By studying the reliability responses at different stages, we could help identify vulnerabilities to public safety, depending on, for example, severity of the storm, improving planning and preparedness, and optimize strategy according to the situation. Understanding reliability after the fact allows for lessons to be learned, which inform improvements in standard operations, systems, and infrastructures for better future responses. So to support this data collection, we could consider having similarly tailored ad hoc requests as a starting point of the discussion to build a more granular data collection on outages for reliability monitoring. So also keeping in mind the overall themes such as reporting window, the frequency, the completeness of the data, such as defining the event and location, maintenance of the infrastructure, and format compatibility of that data for data analysis. So with that, thank you for listening to this portion of the presentation. Are there any questions before I turn it over to the next speaker on the agenda?
I don't see anybody with questions either in the chat or anybody with their raised hands. I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the next speaker, who is Stephen Moss from the local government Sustainable Energy Coalition.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Stephen Moss. I'm the regulatory consultant for the Local Government Energy Sustainability Coalition. If you go to the next slide, I would say that I'm one of the few people keeping you from going home after this meeting, but my guess is that a lot of you are already home. So maybe I'm not such an impediment. LGSEC, we're an association, as I say, of a group of local governments and like-minded nonprofits. And much has been said by the local governments on this call already about the intense need for clear, consistent information, real time around outages. So I'm not going to go on about that at all. What I'm really going to do is pivot off of what the local governments also said towards the end of their presentation, which is that they're wondering what the plan is to deal with the outages. And for example, what are the utilities doing about hardening plans? And in discussing that, I wanted to open up at the end of our day the notion that there is a lot of more information that we really need to understand and know outside of the utility system, even in order to make good policy decisions about this. And a foremost interest, I think, to all of us, but certainly LGSCC members, is affordability. And while the utilities have essentially had a history of being responsible for vending reliable power at rates that are fair, we are at a point in time in California where we all know that affordability has become top of the mind issue. And if you can't afford electricity, it doesn't matter how reliable it is. So much of my discussion will revolve around how do we go about understanding what to do about a system in which resiliency and reliability has become a more extant issue. So if you go to the next slide, it's not business as usual in California or throughout the world, as has been discussed. Things are getting more challenging, and utility systems have historically been based upon not exactly routine, but kind of a one-in-day loss of load expectation around peak hours, that there was kind of a rhythm that we were trying to protect when it came to reliability, that they were not expected events, but that they were predictable events in the sense that they didn't happen as much as we thought. But they are happening a lot more often, both because of weather events, but also because we're making them happen as wildfire control management strategies. So the dimensions of reliability and resiliency has changed, some of it outside of the utilities' control, and a lot of it having to do with our desire to combat the next crisis. The last speaker from the CPUC just spoke about the GEO 166. I'll just note that it didn't really mention at the time when it was developed anything about distribution. It's again an artifact, not the entire thing, but the notion that distribution has emerged as a more important than transmission in many cases. This is part of the new world. We don't have a spoke and wheels deliver reliability and affordable electricity supply system in California anymore. If you'll go to the next slide. So what do we need to do in order to understand how to go to the next step? One factor is that we have access to non-grid resources in a new and different way. And those need to be considered when we go to the next step. So Ian mentioned the chicken come home to roost, so to speak. He didn't use that metaphor. I am in general rate cases. The result of this proceeding should not be that the utilities are ordered to do different reliability standards and as a result need to spend a lot more money to achieve those standards. That would be an unfortunate outcome. It's one that we saw, though, recently in a CPUC proceeding around energization, where the commission aptly took action on local governments and others concerned that energization wasn't happening fast enough. And then immediately there was a very large request for an increase by one of the utilities. Distributed energy resources need to be a part of the thought process, both because they are available and also because in this distribution-focused new normal, they provide a portfolio effect that potentially allows us to manage risk, reliability, and resiliency in different ways than we have thought about in the past. These could be utility-owned or not utility-owned. We're not sort of proposing a specific DER strategy. We're just saying that the world needs to consider them, the commission needs to consider them in understanding how to go about rectifying this problem. So if you go to the next slide, this is sort of more of the sort of change of things. Reliability and resiliency, and as has been mentioned by the other local government representatives, local government is where resiliency ends up happening. When there is a outage problem by utility, the utility needs to respond, but anything that has to happen in terms of safeguarding the population, homes, businesses, safety, and the resulting economic consequences of reliability tends to then be visited on the local government. And there is very different abilities to be resilient throughout the state, depending on the assets that one has at play. Somebody that has a very large generator has a different resiliency problem than one who doesn't. Someone who has solar plus storage, again, different ability to respond to an outage than an entity that doesn't. That's not to say we should relieve the utility of providing reliable power, but it is to say that we need to understand the ecosystem of reliability and resiliency when we're making choices about what to do about it. So if you go to the next slide, which continues with this point a little bit more, there is quite a bit of not grid resources available to us now that we need to start making visible. So for example, in just 3 air districts, Bay Area, San Diego, South Coast, there is more than 14, and at this point, way more than 14 gigawatts of power, more than 1/4 of the quarter of the state's peak demand 3 years ago. This data is 3 years old. So as you see in this chart, we've had a very fast growth in backup generators, and that's because of reliability and resiliency concerns. This does not include residential backup engines, which is another several gigawatts. It is not our proposal that we go ahead and start using these in lieu of utility power, but it would be a mistake to ignore its existence. It is a private sector, billions of dollars investment in protecting individual reliability in a kind of privatized way that is currently not seen or understood by CPUC policymakers or statewide policymakers. It's just there, and it needs to be considered. Similarly, and there's been a lot of discussion in other proceedings, particularly around affordability, we have quite a bit of solar plus storage on the system, 16 gigawatts of it. So now if we add those two up, now we have 30, 40 gigawatts, closing in on 100% of the entire grid peak demand of generators and solar plus storage, much of which is battery backup and available for reliability, resiliency reasons. Again, these things are private assets largely, though in the case of the solar plus storage, they will have almost always be connected to the grid in some fashion and be a part potentially of a grid program, but they exist. And their existence is both an economic communication of the private sector, households, individuals, businesses, of the need for reliability. And in contrast to our grid, which is essentially a socialized resources, rates are socialized across customer classes wherever you are. These are privatized. We have 2 systems now, and that system will continue. This system that is mentioned on this chart will continue to grow, whether we like it or not. And it ought to be considered as part of our planning and our understanding of how to go about investing in our future resiliency and our reliability system. So if you go to the next slide, which I think may be my last, and this quick review of things. And by the way, LGSCC did comment in our submission on other things, more bread and butter items than this. We agree with the other local governments. We agree with the EN that there needs to be clear communication and data provided, on reliability by the utilities in a way that can be easily accessed and digested. This is just the piece that we were invited to speak to, and we thank you for it. So customers value and receive reliability and resiliency distinctly. The utilities have always decided where to invest their reliability resources. It happens in their distribution planning or other venues. It isn't necessarily transparent, and where it is, it has to be ferreted out in things like general rate cases. But they do make choices. They have to. And they do address outage concentrations or the need for greater reliability because that's their job. But we don't necessarily know about it. But what we do know is that that customers do place different value on reliability and resiliency, and that there is different cost consequences to reliability and voltage sags. I put it in here because it's a reliability issue to different customers. So there is inherently a different values being placed by customers, businesses, governments, and residential customers. And there is also specific decisions being made by the utilities around where they're going to invest in order to safeguard that reliability. It wouldn't be surprising to think that outages in Silicon Valley traditionally, maybe not now because of the changes in the grid, have been less than outages in the Central Valley, because the willingness to customers to put up with reliability issues and their ability to do something about it is bigger geographically and by customer type. And all these things should be revealed. So as part of this proceeding, in addition to examining and clarifying how to go about reporting and tracking utility-owned data, where LGSEC is saying that, recommending that there ought to be other information that's put on the table and sifted through as part of the process of understanding how to go about entering into and thriving in the new world we live in, one of much greater uncertainty and variability, and one in which the grid, the centralized grid, is not the only player in town. So with that, I wrap it up and give it back to our Able.
Thank you, Stephen. So at this time, if anybody has questions, feel free to chime into the chat or raise your hand and unmute yourself. And similar to previously, we also have a couple open discussion points and questions that we'd like to ask everybody. So not just the presenters, anybody can chime in and contribute to these discussion points. So I'll read it off. First, what thresholds or revisions to thresholds should be established to define reasonable reliability performance? And secondly, how can the CPUC define reasonable reliability for different populations, weather conditions, and events? Melissa, I see that you have raised your hand, so feel free to unmute yourself and chime in.
Thanks. Melissa Kasnitz, Center for Accessible Technology. Several of the presenters have talked about the importance of looking at a different standard for the most vulnerable customers medically, and perhaps other AFN customers. I don't have a proposal for how to set that standard, but I think it's one of the first threshold questions that should be set, which is the consideration of reliability needs for people whose health and safety is at immediate risk when the power, in fact, is turned off.
Thank you, Melissa. Would anybody else also like to chime in on either one of these points or to what Melissa just mentioned? Okay. I don't see any comments in the chat or anybody raising their hand, so I'll just quickly move on. And now I'd like to enter sort of our last session for today. So this is more of like an open discussion about anything that was covered during the workshop, or if you just thought of a question that you would like to ask a previous speaker, presenter, please feel free to do so right now. Again, I'll kind of go over these discussion points and read it one by one. So number one, what socioeconomic and demographic factors should be considered when reporting on reliability? Are there existing data sets that would aid the CPUC in this proceeding? Second, how can enhancements to reliability reporting address prioritization of investments, such as identifying areas most frequently impacted by outages? Third, how should the CPC define extreme events? Besides major outage and major event days, should the CPUC define additional outages for reliability monitoring? And last but certainly not least, what other definitions should the CPC consider in this proceeding?
Hi, Richard.
Ian, I see that you raised your hand. Please feel free to chime in.
I did. This is just a general observation rather about defining things like major outage events and major event days. Given what Steve was just talking about in the previous set of slides in his presentation, that we're moving into a very changeable, a very kind of whiplashy environment, and that's the new phrase I'm hearing. I feel it's on the CPUC to define a process and a framework for us to be able to define different points as being important throughout a process outside the context of a rulemaking. We can set up a framework within the context of a rulemaking, but I feel there needs to be a process outside of that to enable people to respond to this. And so once we actually start getting feedback from information that we identify and things that we identify within this rulemaking, to be able to modify it and to be able to actually adapt. So, because we can't keep coming back, frankly, I don't think we can keep coming back to rulemakings. So, generally speaking, I think my statement is here is we have some thresholds already established, we have some averages already established. There may be others in future, and what we need to do is set up a way of actually developing what we need as we go along. That's okay. So that's my two cents on this.
Melissa Kasnitz with a point of response to Ian, if I may.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, Melissa.
I know this isn't something that necessarily occurs to non-intervener parties, but activities that take place outside of rulemakings or formal commission proceedings mean that intervener stakeholders don't have resources available to participate in them because intervener compensation is not available for activity that takes place outside of commission proceedings. So by moving things outside of open proceedings, you're creating substantial barriers for parties that rely on the intervener compensation process to be able to participate on behalf of the constituencies that they represent. So saying that there should be processes outside of rulemakings actually it is a point of concern, at least for my organization and probably for others that routinely demonstrate that we would be facing financial hardship but for the existence of the intervener compensation program.
Thanks for pointing that out, Melissa. Apologies for not considering that in my response.
I see that Commissioner Baker has raised his hand. So Commissioner Baker, please feel free to unmute and chime in.
Yeah, I have a question for both Melissa and Ian, because I do see that they're having a formal process like a rulemaking, can be very not necessarily nimble and not necessarily get to a an optimal solution. And I understand the resource limitations. But I wonder, is there something, and I guess I might ask Ian to elaborate a little bit on it, but could something like this look like a settlement process? Could it look like a, or a standing committee? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how, because not everything has to happen through the commission. Which is a very labor intensive kind of bureaucratic process. But I was just wondering, what does something look like that is, it doesn't even necessarily have to even be sanctioned by the commission, but then, but the commission could act as kind of a last resort or a place where things could be more formalized. I guess Ian, just taking Melissa's concern and, realizing the purpose of intervener comp is there not just to have people get together, but it's to specifically to intervene in commission proceedings because they are extraordinarily intensive. What could something look like that is not nearly as resource intensive?
I think that, thank you, Commissioner Baker, for the question. I think actually the simplest thing that could happen, and I know how this sounds, but I think that is just to leave the proceeding open and leave an ALJ assigned to the proceeding. That would enable and then conduct the consultation process within the context of that proceeding. Then the ALJ can adjudicate on the quality of the actual information provided by the maybe be able to adjudicate on the quality of the information provided by the stakeholders, by the interveners. I don't know how. I mean, I know that's tricky as far as timeliness of proceeding is concerned, but that, to my mind, would be the simplest thing to do. As far as any other sort of process, I'm not sure. I'd really have to think about it. I'm open to suggestions.
And this is Melissa. An open proceeding is necessary but not sufficient. And if there are other intervener participants on this call, I certainly would welcome their chiming in. But an intervener is only able to seek compensation when the commission takes action in the form of a decision or a resolution. And so while ratification by an ALJ will support an eventual claim that you've made a substantial contribution, it does not trigger the opportunity to pursue compensation. So for stakeholders such as myself, I understand, Commissioner, and appreciate your thinking that something that's less resource intensive outside of a proceeding may be useful. But my organization at least doesn't have resources. Our resources are dedicated to participating before the commission. So these sorts of informal ad hoc committees or standing committees or things of the sort would exclude me. I won't speak for other interveners. Maybe other interveners have other resources that they could draw on. But I know on behalf of my constituency, who certainly views reliability as a critical health and safety concern, my resources are constrained in participating in formal commission activity.
So resolutions can be drafted by a resolution can be drafted by the staff level conceptually.
Yes, and then ratified by the vote. It's voted on by the commission.
Then voted on by the commission.
Yes.
So there's conceptually, and there's a low friction way forward there, where you have, say it's a biannual standing committee, and and the product is a resolution. And I don't know if this has happened before. I don't have any context of this. I'm just making a suggestion.
And this is Steve.
Okay.
Conversation, and I appreciate the commissioner's question, but I mean, I think, Ian, you were responding to the dynamic nature of what's happening in both in terms of exogenous events, and also I think you mentioned that my presentation on local government's response to such things. And I do believe the commission can set up processes in which there isn't just utilities submitting data and other parties responding passively to that data. I do believe the commission can ask the utilities to have a much more dynamic conversation with local governments anyway. And of course, that we're not all stakeholders, but we have certain responsibilities and are responding to those responsibilities in dynamic ways, as are the utilities. So there could be put into place by commission order ongoing ways of creating more dynamic conversations updates, engagements between at least local governments, and I'm not speaking on behalf of other stakeholders, and the utilities, so that we are not lost in this stepwise static approach to a very long OIR in which we all have to slog through, all due respect. That happens, and then 3 years later it happens again. We're not in that world anymore. That's not. Let's look what's happening, elsewhere in the nation. We're in a world that requires much more dynamism, and that should be a part of, I think, how the commission goes about setting up processes that enable a back and forth between key players who are trying to get to the same place: reliability, resiliency, affordability, in a way that protects equity and vulnerable populations.
Melissa Kasnitz, just one response again on behalf of stakeholders who, unlike local governments, don't have the external resources. The idea of a more dynamic process obviously has appeal, but I don't write the rules. The rules are what the rules are. So some sort of newly created structure, I would be very interested in trying to think about what that might look like. But at least on behalf of my own organization, I would need some certainty that at some point there would be formal commission action, because that's what would allow resource decisions to be made by my organization on behalf of the constituency we represent.
I see that Jane has raised her hand, but I'll first read this comment from Justin Hagler from the comment section. Justin said, I know that other proceedings address complicated and technical matters by using external rules committees that can come to the commission with more fleshed out consensus ideas. Could this be used to some extent to reach consensus on data structure issues? But I think first I'll go ahead and let Jane unmute and provide comment.
Yes, I'm here. This is Jane. Thank you for calling on me. And yeah, I actually would like to support what Melissa is saying too, because I'm from Utility Consumers Action Network, and we intervene at the commission the same way Melissa does. And we represent ratepayers down here in San Diego. This comment that was just put in the chat, what I'm thinking is you all are talking is, like the high DER future, advancing demand flexibility, where the energy division is involved and they take some of this stuff and they have a proposal, but, moving it quicker, possibly. But also, I do want to raise the issue of the record. I just think that's so important when things are changing and evolving, to have a record of what is happening. And that's what a proceeding does for us as well. But again, to really highlight what Melissa is saying, because I think it's very important as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Oh, Audrey, I see that you raised your hand. Please feel free to unmute.
Thanks, Richard. Hi, my name is Audrey Williams. I'm the supervisor of SPD and a lot of the team members that you've heard from today. I just wanted to jump in really quickly as we're starting to wrap up here and thank everybody. I think in this discussion section, we've definitely raised some really important procedural questions that we'll definitely consider within the context of this proceeding, which is an open proceeding. So that's where we are today. But as we started to wrap up, I wanted to kind of make sure that we get any other thoughts out on the questions that we've set forth here, and any other kind of last things that we want to talk about around this data piece and the thresholds and all of the things that we've talked about today. Richard will present some next steps, and then I think we'll go to Commissioner Baker for some final comments. But I just wanted to take one opportunity to jump in, ask those final questions, and also thank everyone for being here, and say that a lot of the information that came through on customer communication and customer transparency are things that, even if they were not set out in our initial stages of track one of this proceeding are definitely things that are goals in our second track and third track. So I wanted to reassure everyone of that and really thank everyone for their presentations today. Richard, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Audrey. So like Audrey mentioned, did anybody have any other questions about presentations earlier today or to any of the open discussion points? All right, seeing none for now, I'll move on to the next steps then. So for next steps, we had a lot of good feedback today, not just from the presenters, but people participating from the audience as well. So for the next steps, we'll be working on a staff proposal on data definitions, data reliability data and thresholds. And that will be presented at a workshop sometime later. And as for the slides, we will be sharing them. As far as if it'll be emailed, if it'll be shared on the commission website, I'm not 100% sure yet, but we will let everybody know. And with that being said, I will pass it off to Commissioner Baker for closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have some short comments. This is one, I want to thank everybody for their participation. I learned a lot in all of it. I missed about a half hour in the morning for another meeting, and I'm going to try to follow up with staff about that presentation, which I was really most of the break actually. I do have a couple observations. You know, as I said, this is first workshop that I have really been directly engaged in. I'm always interested in ways to improve the experience of the workshop. I think I think the staff did a great job. I think all of the presenters did an excellent job. I would have liked to see more, you know, really kind of responses, particularly on the utility side, because I think there are reasons why we are where we are, and it's not, you know, it's not always that easy to change, and I think before we go down any particular routes, I think it'll be really important to, you know, to make sure that we're really clear on what some of the barriers are to increasing the ability to get information to or get data to the customers. And then the other thing I want to say is, again, you know, I think this is the first phase here is really just trying to figure out what is the essential data that, you know, that we can then act upon. Next phase really is what customers really need to know, and how do we get that to them. And third phase really is more around what we can do about it. I think we have to. I'm somebody who really, if this rulemaking starts to really kind of get diffuse, I'll really want to wrap it up. I want to, and you know, I don't really like the idea of kind of open-ended rulemakings. But again, I do want to highlight that I think this first phase, we have a pretty clear idea of, you know, what kind of information we're looking for, at least staff is looking for. And, you know, the next phase will be, you know, the next part of this will be to get that out and get some comments on that proposal. I think the other, you know, kind of the thing that we really want to balance on this is, you know, as important as regulators are and as regulation is, you know, we have to be careful on what the line is between, you know, the regulator and the regulated entity and the parties. And so, you know, we really want to really want to be mindful that at the same time that we're working to address the problem. So not much to close on a Friday, but again, thank everybody. I want to thank everybody. And, I hope this is the beginning of not an open-ended, but a pretty tight proceeding to first address the data issues, identify some solutions, and then work to get some of those solutions enacted. So thank you again, staff, for preparing all of this, and thank you, parties, for participating at the level you all participated in.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. And with that, we've finally reached the conclusion of today's workshop. Once again, I would like to thank everybody so much for taking time out of their day to participate, and thank their presenters for taking the time to prepare their presentations. With that, we will conclude this workshop 15 minutes early, and I'll give everybody else their time back in the day. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a great weekend.